version of this. I think that's good. Okay, hello. Yes, I also have a webcam. Okay, there we go. Hi. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, this was last stream we did some Street View paintings. I've been doing them a couple days now. Let's see, hold on. Let me change. Nope, not that. There, this will work. I've been doing a few Street View paintings lately. Like these, which these were the photos, I think. Yeah, these were the photos. And then last stream I did some more. Don't have the photos. I mean, I do have them, but I don't have them organized or anything. But yeah, this was like an interior of like a computer shop or something. It was super cluttered, and in fact, I only painted a fraction of the clutter. But it was really fun, and I kind of want to do some cluttered scenes, just make them up today. So that's kind of inspired what I want to do today. Do you remember when I made a tiny 3D version of your workspace years ago? Asked Popcorn Girl. It's posted on Instagram. I should do another. I don't actually. No, I don't remember. Let me see. Let me go to your Instagram. I feel like I kind of vaguely remember it. I don't know. Let me get a memory refresher. Hopefully my stream doesn't lag. This warm weather has been killing my internet. Let's see. Oh, you've even posted some stuff more recently that I've missed. Like in January, you posted some things. Yeah, I've missed some of your most recent stuff. Okay. 3D thing of your... Oh, wait. No, I do remember. Hold on. I do remember. Wait, I see an actual version. Oh, yeah, here it is. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, I think this is it. I assume this is it. Here, I'll put it on the screen. I assume you mean this. So this is the real space, but this is the mini version. This is super cool. A little 3D version of your workspace. I like that. Yeah, so the spaces that this to me isn't cluttered. I mean, maybe you could make an argument for like some of the stuff up here, but not really. I feel like that's a pretty tidy workspace. Or wait, this is the real space, right? And this is the 3D space? Okay. Okay, great. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. You're trying to get back into it. Bust out that paper. That's an order. I'm just kidding. I don't know, doodle something. But yeah, let's see. So what am I doing today? Cluttered scenes. I kind of want to do fantasy stuff. I had that other painting that I did a while back. I had that painting I did a while back of the cat and the I want to say like perfume shop, but it's not a shop. Let me find it. This. So I had this one, and it's kind of cluttered. Like that to me is the most cluttered scene that I've done, where you have all these little potions and bottles and stuff. And it started out pretty cluttered, but I mean, it ended pretty cluttered. I like that. That was fun. Trying to paint things at different angles and, you know, things tilting off of different stuff. That's kind of what I'm going for, I think, today. Very much inspired by that virtual plein air painting that I just did, that I just had up on screen. I wish here, let me try to find the reference for that. Also, ignore the... Here, let me switch scenes. I realize my webcam is flip-flopping, but that's okay. Okay, PureRef, let me open up the PureRef. I have it saved, so I always try to save the files, but I can't open them via, like, file open because it's a PureRef file. So I have to open up PureRef first. Here we go. That. So this was the scene that I was painting. And obviously I wasn't gonna paint, like, every object, because that's just too much. But but I kind of blocked in shapes, and I eventually just kind of stopped trying to make every object and sort of squinted and just painted like bits of dark shapes. So like the underside here where it's dark, I would just block in a shape, and the remaining stuff would be the impressions of things. So that's kind of how I ended up doing it. Or like here, like, oh, there's a shadow under this. Okay, let's just mark in a dark line here. I don't know if you can see that. It's like marking in a dark line, and then that implies that everything that isn't the dark line is like the books and stuff. So it was kind of fun. And of course I added some details and stuff at the end, but anyway, yeah, that was a nightmare of a scene. OMG, that's a lot. I definitely see it. You capture it really well. Yeah, and I didn't paint every detail. I wasn't trying to go for accuracy with perspective, or at least not the same perspective. And so yeah, I definitely fudged a lot of stuff. The colors I didn't really care about. I was just trying to get the sense of like lots of things, and I was using the things in here as a reference. Some of the things were more accurate, like this. You know, I painted more or less, you know, this foreground thing. Some of the background stuff I got, like the stacks of stuff, although they don't look right now, but that's okay. I don't know what happened with the rest of it. I must have painted it out. But yeah, anyway, so I want to do more of that today, but maybe do like a, you know, a witch's shop or a potions, again, maybe not a potion shop, I don't know, just a like an alchemist's lab, or who knows, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Many years and 3 houses ago. 3? You've moved 3 times? That's crazy. It's a lot of moving. You're stuck in an ad. Oh no. Why are there ads? Okay. I'm just gonna start with clutter. Okay, we good? Yeah, I don't know why ads would play. It's supposed to only be pre-rolls. I don't have ads on. Maybe my internet blipped or something and it refreshed or something, and now you had to see ads. Have no idea. But glad you're out of them. Hopefully they weren't too long. Yeah, there's some streamers I watch who play a certain video game that I enjoy playing, and because it's like there's matches of the game, that for whatever reason, every top streamer has all decided that they should run full ad breaks after every 30-minute game, which I kind of get, so that they don't, like, on one hand, they're making it so you don't ever have ads while they're playing, but on the other hand, they're also maximizing ad time because there's just a lot of ads. It's like every 30 minutes, there's like a 3-minute ad. It is so obnoxious. It is the most, like, if I jump into their stream, I have to watch like 3 minutes of ad before I can watch the game or that they're playing. Or if I randomly click off or click back, and all that might be tolerable. The annoying thing is that if you click off the screen when the ad's playing, it'll just randomly freeze, and no amount of refreshing or clicking back on will resume it. You basically have to restart the 3 minutes, or at least restart where you were. And it's so you basically will be stuck in like perpetual ads. It's so frustrating. I very much dislike ads. But anyway, that's not relevant to what I'm doing, because I try not to run ads. I don't have ads on like that. That would be obnoxious. Okay, clutter. How shall I clutter? Let's do like a cool room. I'm going to start similar, I think. Also, I'm going to start painting on the right layer. I mean, it's probably how they make... Yeah, it is how they make money, and they do have a lot of viewers, so I'm sure they're really maximizing that profit. But my goodness, it is not a pleasant viewing experience. Let's put it that way. Okay, so, yeah, I'm just going to ramble here, but yeah, it's good to see you again, Popcorn Girl. If you do draw anything or paint something, probably draw, right? Because painting requires setup, and if you haven't been in the swing of things, it feels like a lot of work. But if you do draw anything, you should totally share it. And that goes for anyone else who's lurking. Yeah, I'm just going to start kind of like this one with like a cool lighting, maybe some tables or something in the foreground. Uh, maybe we'll do something a little different, like a singular table. This will be the table. It'll be a shiny table. Or maybe. Do I want a shiny table? Maybe a shiny table. Popcorn says, thanks, you two. And yeah, my workspace is nowhere near ready to go, but I'm going to do some drawing, I think. Nice. That's awesome. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a table. There's a table. In all of its table glory. When I'm done making these deviled eggs, nice. Okay, maybe I don't like that table. I don't like... Maybe we'd want like a cabinet table. Like a thicker, chunkier table. And I'm not going to worry too much about the design. I'm going to do like carving. I'll carve the design out. I'm more just interested in getting... Maybe, you know what? Maybe we are not even going to worry about that. How low do I want the table? Do I want to look down at it? Oh yeah, I hope you had a good Easter. Your brother-in-law couldn't make it to Easter, so I'm making him a batch of them specifically. Oh, gotcha. That's cool. Yeah, I don't really celebrate Easter. I mean, I'm not opposed to Easter. My family never really, ever since we were like children, we basically stopped doing Easter. We used to have Easter egg hunts and stuff, but that was always just for the kids. And then as all the kids grew up and, you know, it just, none of us really kept doing Easter. And so we just kind of faded out of my family in some ways, which I don't really mind. I never really, Easter always felt like, okay. I know I obviously because like my family grew up pretty religious, so for us Easter obviously had religious meaning, but a lot of us now aren't super religious, so Easter in a non-religious sense feels more like a Halloween with less candy. I know that's a stupid way to view it, but in my brain that's how I think of Easter. It's just like, I don't know. I just feel like it's turned very just like, oh, buy candy and do all this stuff. And it's like, I don't know. I'll save my money. And, you know, I think a lot of places here have like Easter church services and stuff people will go to. But as far as like the tradition of like the Easter egg hunt and stuff, yeah, we're just not really into that. It does seem like one of those holidays that doesn't last when kids grow up. Yeah, I mean, I think if you have kids, then having Easter for your kids is always fun. Or like, having other children over it along with your kids and like, one of the parents or the family members will be the host of Easter for like the other friends and family. But like if there's nobody who celebrates Easter and also has kids, then it just isn't going to happen because it's not it doesn't feel as mandatory, unlike Christmas, where I always have felt Christmas kind of, you do Christmas. Like here, at least where I live, people just celebrate Christmas. Even if you're not religious, you don't go to church or anything. You just buy stuff, give presents, because that's the thing you do on Christmas. Okay, what am I doing here? This looks like a greenery. This is an ugly, ugly scene. Let's sketch some stuff. Put some brown. Gotta lock in my painting. Serious business here. So yeah, I'm just gonna make a table. Maybe the table, it goes like into there. Maybe like that. We got a table. Maybe we have a light, maybe like warm on one side, cool on the other. I know I've done a lot of that before, but we could have like a cool light here, a warmer light here, just like some reddish stuff. I wonder if it's because there's fewer standards of tradition for adults, like Christmas gifting and holiday parties and caroling and all that are pretty adult friendly, but candy seems pretty more childish. I don't know, because like Halloween, I mean, I guess Halloween is kind of also skewed towards children. Like most adults aren't Halloween partying. I mean, they'll still any excuse to like get together and have a party and stuff. And I guess it's hard to do that on like Easter. Like, you don't really think of it as like a partying type of thing. Like, yes, you get together, but like, what do adults do on Easter? I don't know. Like, they just hang out while the kids look for Easter eggs. It definitely doesn't have that much like crossover into non-religious families, I feel like. Whereas like Christmas, it's still gift giving. Halloween is still like costumes and parties and stuff, kind of. And it's more like nighttime oriented, so that you have a lot more like, you know, like wine or alcohol and just whatever, right? Like I feel like it's easier for adults to have Halloween parties than it is to have Easter parties, because I don't even know what that means. True, scary movies, yeah. Yeah, there's a whole like vibe to it. I feel like Easter is poorly branded. Like Halloween has turned into like a cozy, comfy, but also spooky, and I think some people combine the word into spoopy. Uh, like it has that spoopy vibes, right? Like that's a very distinct mood. Easter, I don't really know what that mood is supposed to be. It's never really landed with my brain of like what's the emotional state that I'm supposed to be in on Easter. It doesn't seem like it's a high energy holiday. It's not super like marketed towards buying stuff and gift giving. I don't know. It sits in a weird spot in my head. Sandwich Prees, how are you? From some Discord posts, Easter appears to be a holiday that makes wearing a bunny suit in public acceptable for a day. Yeah, but Halloween is even more that. Halloween is like, I suppose you could dress up as a bunny on Easter, but like dressing up isn't normal on Easter. Like it's still unusual to see people in bunny costumes, I feel like, on Easter. Maybe if you're a little kid. I don't know. I feel like for adults, Halloween still sort of has that, like, it's still the signature holiday for dressing up. Anyway. Like, it's like there are some holidays you can coin them as like a barbecue holiday, right? Think like I don't know, one of those like President's Day or whatever, where you get like the Monday off, right? Those are those have like a branding where you can say what they are and you do that thing. Easter, I don't really know what it is. Like it's not an Easter egg hunting day because that's only for kids. Like at least you could say costumes, you know, and that would be Halloween, or candy. Easter's just it's a weird one. Also, like Halloween also falls in like harvest festival type holidays for other cultures and other like non-religious people, right? I remember even growing up religious, we wouldn't have Halloween themed stuff because that was like, you know, not very Christian, but we did have harvest parties and it was the exact same thing. You can dress up, you eat candy, and it didn't have as like, I feel like a lot of the other holidays have a wider like reach. They hit more demographics, they hit more sort of religions, they hit more like other cultural things that all kind of mix together. Um yeah. Easter never really landed for me. Like I remember, you know, every oh, hello. Uh Thank you for the follow. I remember every Christmas, you know, waking up and then going downstairs, you know, before the parents are awake and look, you know, with all my siblings and looking at our stockings. And, you know, basically we were allowed to get into our stockings before the parents woke up. And then by the time the parents woke up and stuff, we'd open presents on Christmas morning or like mid morning after people had breakfast and woke up and stuff. Um, I've never felt anywhere near as excited to look in my Easter basket because it wasn't as varied. There wasn't as many things. You wouldn't find like all it was candy basically, right? And not to say that candy isn't great to find in your Easter basket, but it wasn't. It didn't feel like it had its own identity as far in a non-religious sense. I mean, obviously, if you're religious, then you probably celebrate Easter, or if you're Christian, I guess, and obviously that makes sense. I don't know. But yeah, I do wonder. I wonder why that is. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna try and paint clutter, but at first I gotta figure out how I want to set up my scene. I'm just making this up right now. Gonna do a scene, so because last stream we did some virtual plein air painting, from Map Crunch, and one of the scenes was like an indoor of a computer shop, and I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed all the clutter painting, and so I'm gonna kind of do something similar. Just gonna start sketching out some darker shapes, putting stuff. So what might this be? It could be like, if it's a library, there could be shelving back here. There could be light coming through the window, if this is a window. Maybe the window's on the side though, so it's like, I think it's really because people don't widely celebrate Mardi Gras and then do Lent here in America. If you do Lent, then you're ready for some festivals and letting loose on Easter. If you're done fasting, you can go back to normal. Oh yeah, I don't know anything about Lent. Easter tends to focus on one dude, while Halloween has a lot more pagan themes, changing of seasons and remembrance of the departed, etc. Yeah, I mean Halloween is also just like mid-fall and like, or late fall, I guess, but it's like harvest and there's corn, and you also have like right off the backs of Thanksgiving, and or before Thanksgiving. Halloween's before Thanksgiving, but like you have all these things kind of crammed together, so there's a lot of like mixed crossover, right? Scarecrows are both harvesty and kind of spooky, right? You have ghosts, kind of like it kind of, it feel like it, I don't know. I guess Easter could be like a spring. I mean, I never really thought of it as like, I mean, obviously it's associated with spring, but like I've never really thought of Easter as like a spring party type holiday, but there totally could be like a spring thing, like a spring party. I don't know. Maybe I'm sure some families do that. Okay, what do I want to do here? Halloween mixes it up with All Saints Day, Day of the Dead, which tie in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of crossover with Halloween and other holidays, which feels like it's more accessible to anyone who wants to join, because you can just kind of pick and choose. You've never really celebrated, you can just, there's gonna be something you can sort of partake in. You can go walk around with the all the festivals outside with like people in costumes and stuff. Like you can be an observer. It's hard to observe like just as a spectator Easter. Like what does that even mean? There aren't like, maybe there is there an Easter Day parade? I actually don't know. There might be a parade. There probably is a parade, actually. That would make sense. I don't know about rebranding. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that we need to change the holiday. I'm just saying, like, I think a lot of these things over time, there's a subtle shift in like the public perception of it. So not like an intentional rebranding, but just over time, how people perceive the holiday changes. Like Christmas obviously has turned very like buy, hustle, get your shopping done before the new year, and like there's all this like this corporateness to it, right? But like that's still branding, and it's still changed over time, whether it's been intentional or not. And like, but there's also the cozy vibes with Christmas, so it's like cozy and chaotic somehow. Those are mushed together. Christmas is weird. um I said rebranding too. But I think in a non-intentional way. Like it doesn't, to me, it doesn't occupy the space in my brain that has a clear understanding of like all the things people do on Easter. Easter to me is like this weird, like it's calm. There you don't do a lot. You I guess if you have kids, you watch them Easter egg hunt. You kind of buy candy, but it's not a really like heavy candy buying day, because also if you do Easter egg hunting, you're probably decorating eggs, and so it's not, how does that mesh with the candy? It's kind of weird, like eggs and candy. I don't know. Unless you're doing the toy eggs, it's just kind of a weird. I don't really understand how it sits with me. Anyway, I'm rambling. But yeah, so I'm gonna try and paint some cluttered stuff. So let's just, what could be in here? I mean, I guess I'll start simple. some books. Just draw some books in. I'm just going to take some darker lines and just start making shapes. Yeah, it's kind of random. I mean, I get the origin, so it's not random in that regard, but it just doesn't feel like it's... I guess the other holidays just to me make more sense. And so, like, even if it wasn't associated with a religion, it could exist, it could still exist. It hasn't been effectively monetized. I think that's kind of it, honestly. I mean, Halloween is weird, though, because I guess Halloween candy. But, like, Halloween has even spread into, like, the makers spaces, right? People doing, like cosplay going in with costumes where people will be making their own costumes. And, like, that aspect of it, I feel like, isn't super monetized. Like, it feels like it's sort of geared towards, like, hobby, like crafters and makers, kind of, right? And artists. And I don't feel a lot of, like, pressure from, like, stores and stuff other than, like, buying candy. I don't really get the impression that Halloween feels super... I mean, it is very monetized for candy, right? There's tons of Halloween candy. And I guess there is, like, masks and stuff and costumes and things, but... Yeah, that's true. Okay, it totally is. What am I talking about? But yeah, anyway, I'm trying to paint here, trying to paint some clutter, and I don't know exactly what I'm doing. I'm just putting random shapes. Maybe I'll put some... Maybe it'll be like there'll be magic. It'll be like a things floating. Maybe there's like some sort of spinning, not a centrifuge, but like some sort of spinning thing with vials on it for liquid. Something in here, some glass jars or something. I don't know. Just putting random things. Maybe they're gems. Maybe it's crystals hanging down. We have something over here, maybe. We could have a globe. Maybe it's like weird magic of... Maybe it's like weird cartography magic. I think that's what a globe looks like. I'll have to look at what these things look like. I mean, I know globes are round. I know someone's gonna be like, how do you not know what a globe is? It's literally a sphere. No, just how it sets up and, like, the base being at a tilt and all that. Anyway, I think that works. What does a globe look like? Anyway, and then there's stuff here. Maybe there's like a... Joe, how do you not know? I know, right? Maybe there's a skull. I don't know why there'd be a skull. I feel like this is like some explorer's desk with stuff. Just random things. We can have some papers. I mean, I've done stuff like this before, but this is a fun one to start with, I feel like. Yeah, some paper here. I'm going to make it a little brighter because it should be white. Can go over the edge of the desk. Maybe the corners folded up. Just to give it some depth. There. Fold it over. Brother-in-law has been to Catholic history lately, or has been into Catholic history lately, and been explaining to use that a lot of Catholic holiday traditions are copy-pasted from pagan festivals to make Christianity more accessible and easier for them to get on board with. That's why it seems so random. Yeah, yeah. And in some ways, that was branding, right? Like, merging of holidays together with other holidays to, like, make it more accessible and make it make sense in people's minds for, like, how they can celebrate things. But I feel like nowadays, I just don't, like, we've kind of dropped a lot of the pagan stuff, and now it's just the religion, the Christian stuff, except even that is not as widespread. So it's like, we've dropped one of the connectors, and now it feels kind of, I don't know. Maybe this is like the storage space of like an old, like a museum. So maybe there's like an urn here. Not an urn, a vase, a vase. I don't know what a vase versus a vase. What is a vase versus vase? I think I've asked this before. What's the difference? Is a vase just a fancy vase? I feel like one's just fancy. Fancy language for fancy people. There's our vase, because we're fancy. It's not a very good shape, though. I thought it was a snobby vase. I think it is. I think a vase is a snobby vase. Or snobby. Here's a desk. Maybe there's something leaning up against this. Compositionally, I feel like it makes sense to have some things leaning in. Maybe. Maybe on this side? I don't know. Some tables and stuff, or some things back here. I don't want a tangent right here, though. So I'm going to lower these shelves in the back to there so that we can have stuff sitting on them. Just things that are just whatever. Books, maybe. Some books fallen over at different angles. Maybe some pictures, old pictures of stuff. Maybe give it a snooty little face, upturned nose. The profile view of a... I don't know how to do that. A monocle. It needs a monocle. Did you know, and I found this out yesterday because I was reading about random, like, the Mandela effect and sort of all the crazy examples where people think that things are one way but are not. Did you know that the Monopoly Man, the logo of the Monopoly Man does not have a monocle? I didn't know that. I thought he had a monocle all these years. If you were to ask me to draw the Monopoly Man, I would have given you a dude with a top hat, a monocle. He doesn't. He doesn't have a monocle. A big old mustache. I would have drawn him like that, right? He doesn't have a monocle. Anyway, I was blown away. Unless I'm wrong, and maybe he actually does. But no, I'm pretty sure he doesn't. Yeah, all these years. Okay, so that's some clutter. I don't like what's happening here, though. Let's change that. But yeah, there's a lot of weird ones that I just... It's crazy how that, like, memory of something can be so wrong. I'm always amazed by those, like the Fruit of the Loom. Thought they always had a cornucopia. Yeah, I that was an example there. I did too. It's funny though, because a lot of them actually, to me, like, I really enjoy sort of the psychology behind it, or at least just psychology in general of like how people can think certain things or how they can be wrong when they think they're right. Like, I've always enjoyed this as like a broader topic, and a lot of them, a lot of these things sort of in my head, they make a lot of sense, right? Like certain logos you remember one way because it kind of makes more sense. And like the Kit Kat with having a hyphen when it doesn't actually have a hyphen in its name. Like that one, I never really thought about it. I only heard about it yesterday, but like generally a word like that might be hyphenated, right? And you say it as if it has a hyphen. So it makes sense that if you don't really give it much thought, and all years later you see it with a hyphen, the hyphen just from a logo point of view looks better. It just looks better with a hyphen. And so you think it has a hyphen because that would be a better design choice, right? Monopoly Man, same thing. He looks more like the Monopoly Man with a monocle. And so it kind of makes sense from a graphic design point of view that might be like if that were in the design process, it would make sense to go with the monocled one. Hey, KK Mousy, thanks so much for the sub. Hello, hello. So like a lot of these I kind of understand because the version that we remember is like the better version, right? Or or maybe there's a saying like there was one from a movie where we looked this up yesterday, where I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Scary Movie, but when he's like reaching out the window and he's saying, like he has the dude with the little hand, and he's like, grab my. Well, I always thought he said, grab my strong hand. Grab my strong hand, because like that was like the thing that we would repeat on like the playground or whatever, right, in school. I don't know if we were that little, but like that was a thing we repeat. That's not what he says. He says, grab my little hand. But it also, that to me makes sense why we remember it that way, at least in my head, right? I kind of have a story I tell, which is why, because he says, this is my strong hand, and also then he says, grab my little hand. And so we kind of associate, like, that is his strong hand, so he says, grab my little hand, and so we say, instead of having two phrases to remember, we just lump it together and say, grab my strong hand as one phrase, right? Instead of having to remember two sentences, we condense it into one, and then we misremember it because of that. Like, to me, it's that makes a lot of sense. There are some, though. Some of these things that we collectively misremember, or like the Luke, I am your father thing, which is not what he says. He just says, I am your father. You remember his grab my good hand? Yeah, well, that's not what he says either. but like, or the Star Wars misquote, right? That one to me makes sense because you're basically taking two sentences where it's the person he's talking to, you're getting context, and then it's what he says, and you mush them together so that when you say the quote, other people can understand you, right? Because now you're supplying your own context. The movie obviously didn't need the context, right? Because it had it all around it, because it was the movie. But when you repeat the line, you add your own context, and that warps the meaning. So a lot of these things make sense. But every once in a while, you run into one where you're like, how in the world did we do that? Like, how did we, like the cornucopia one? I don't know how I remember that either with the Fruit of the Loom logo, but I remembered it as a cornucopia also. And I don't know why, because there is no association, like loom, cornucopia. It's not like you saw them around Thanksgiving. It's freaking underwear, for goodness sakes. Like, why does it, like, I don't understand how that, I mean, again, maybe that one actually at some point went through a rebranding for all I know. I have no idea. But I don't understand how I don't even have an armchair theory of how that one makes sense. I mean, other than, sort of the idea that it just looks better. I think just the color palette, the tumbled fruit, and the blank space, our brains fill something in there. Yeah, probably. That's probably right. Yeah, it's just almost like it would be a better logo if it was a cornucopia with the tumbled fruit. Yeah, I think you're right. But yeah, anyway, I always find those things really interesting. Okay, what am I doing? I'm just drawing some clutter. There's not much stuff back here. I feel like I need... I don't know. Let's carry on. Copy this. I guess, yeah, just fruit without context isn't very salient, right? Like, I think salience is a big thing where you sort of, how well does it stick in your brain? And having a story you can tell yourself, like, oh, this looks like it's falling out of a basket, right? Okay, well, that makes sense. Let's just pretend the basket's there, right? Otherwise, why is it in that position? So I think a lot of that is like, we tell ourselves the story to help us remember it, and then the story is wrong. No meta world peace. Hello, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so what am I doing here? Let's add. What if we do like a lot of like metal stuff? So shiny lights, you know. I don't want to do all the shine right now, but just, shine from the gems. Maybe the vase has sparkling colors, greens and stuff. Of course, some green on the globe. This could be like longer. We could have more distance. You're doing a drawing of your own living room, but I'm going to add clutter to make it fantasy. Nice. Yeah, this one's not super fantasy, but it's a little bit. I mean, it kind of, sort of, not really. I guess it's kind of fantasy, right? It's fantasy in the sense that like this isn't a real workspace, and it's sort of like an imagined. I don't know. It's fantasy in the loosest of senses. There's no magic yet. Maybe we'll put magic. Also, I don't like this vase here. This vase. Maybe there's another table here. That could be a thing. We could do a table here. And because it's so foreshortened, we can use it. We can really put all the clutter there. Maybe a drawer is pulled out. Ooh, a drawer pulled out. Hold on, I got an idea. I love it when an idea comes together. There's going to be a drawer here. Halfway. Maybe that's two pulled out. That'll work. And then the drawer can have things in it. Like, just stuff sticking out. Just things in a drawer. That doesn't even look like a drawer, but that's okay. Now we need context, so maybe other little drawer handles. That doesn't look like a drawer. Be like that. I'm trying to just have stuff sticking out of it. Like just a cluttered drawer. Also, this is... maybe like that. Things just not having everything aligned. That's the thing about clutter that I try to do, is like, instead of having this parallel to the table, because like, oh, perspective's easier that way. Like, what if I change it and make this go this way, And like, now it's not parallel to the table. And instead of having this edge laying flat, you just give it a little bit of a bend, I don't know if that's how a piece of paper would be folded. Here's like a briefcase or something. The strap might be flung open, or maybe not. Maybe it's closed. But it's one of those briefcases that are like those floppy ones, or like those portfolios. But because it's floppy, maybe one end is lower down, is more crunched together than the other end, right? So like just having asymmetry in all the objects, an imperfection. I don't know, this little stuff. Clutter's hard to draw. But it did feel fitting for spring. Like, well, maybe spring cleaning, but... what do we want? Maybe like an owl maybe we do little animal statues and stuff. That'd be kind of fun. A cat statue. Ooh, okay, that could be another one. Like a wood carver's shop would be fun. Ooh, this one could be like an inventor's, and maybe we do like a Rube Goldberg machine where like you do all these weird thingies. There's like the pendulum that'll swing, it'll hit the thing, it'll fall, the ball will roll down the hill, hit the thingy, knock something over, a book will fall, pull a string, and then eventually the light will turn on. Just something like that. That'd be kind of fun. Um, okay. Let's start over. I'm gonna do. Okay, so this one we can start over because we have the other one. Okay, I've got an idea. So first, I'm gonna do like a woodworker's shop. Just cluttered spaces. That's what today's stream is all about. So we want a warm light, I think. And a table. How would does it? I don't know what would be in a woodwork. I mean, I guess a desk. I don't know. Let's draw like a wooden creature, and a wooden owl on a log carved out of wood. Maybe there's wood tools hanging up here on the wall. So there's like a saw. Yeah, a workbench, tools, wood. Yeah, exactly. Cabinets, like equipment on hanging on the top. There's gonna be an axe maybe because you gotta chop your wood somehow. I guess the bench would make more sense though to have like maybe this one's lower. Stuff sitting on the bench. I don't know. Just little owl figurines. I don't know if I'm gonna have time unless we pick this one to work on it more. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to make it look like they're carved out of wood because that's like a very material like that's a hard thing to do when you're just blocking in shapes because a lot of that is like texture and value and stuff. But maybe we'll do a little bit of that to make it look like they're carved out of wood. Do I want... I think I would want the workbench. I don't know why, but I kind of like the idea of us looking upward at it. I don't know if there's any reason to do that. Maybe there's like a little light hanging down. Like a quick, fast wood grain scribble. Well, I was thinking, so a lot of times when things are carved, right, it's more about like almost like a mesh, like a low poly object. So instead of a sphere, you have like, if it's an owl, let's say, or a cat shape, right, you're gonna have like very chunky edges of the ears because it's carved out. The surfaces aren't a perfect spherical thing, but you have all these little like low poly like little polygons, right? Where it's like, but then the material itself it's basically just subtle variations in value where those corners meet. And so you still have yeah, but so it's basically you're taking your general form, right? Whatever the form is, so like in this case a sphere, but you're chunking it up, right? You're adding all those little polygons and nooks and crannies and carved out spaces. There might be little, of course you could have some text, actual texture, but it's more, to me it's more about having like these hard edges where these forms meet, right? And of course I'm not going to draw the actual cat face, but you'd have like there's form changes in here that are like distinct. I feel like that's a big thing with wood carving. I'm not good at it, but yeah. So like if the outer sculpture was the focus, you might spend more detail on faceting that so that it pops against. Yeah. I mean, I think at some point you would want to make sure that these are seen as sculptures and not an actual cat or an actual owl. And that, yeah, it's just a little bit more attention to detail. And yeah, it's definitely a harder thing to do quickly. I don't know. I'm not great at it. I have to find lots of references. Also, like how much shininess it has, right? Obviously, if it were a real cat, you could put a little bit of shine on its eyes. Or if it were made of glass, you could do like a rim light or something that's kind of like a sheen on it. Not a rim light, but like a specular highlight thing. If it's wood, you're not gonna get that, right? You're not gonna get those super shiny spots. And so a lot of it's just gonna be in values. But right now, I don't know what. I don't know what angle I want to paint this at. Like, do I want this to be looking downward at the bench, or do I want to be looking up at the bench and we're like looking at the, like, nearly at the floor, or like clutters today? Yeah, I want to draw some clutter today, Faded Fatima. Inspired from last stream with this scene where we did all the clutter. So inspired by this scene, I want to do more of that, but I want to make it up as I go. I want to do some fantasy little areas, indoor spaces with clutter, maybe an outdoor space with clutter. But right now I'm thinking of like a workshop. Very cool. I'm going to make that scene. Oh wait, you're gonna paint this too? That's awesome. That is awesome. You should share it when you're done. This scene was a lot. It was a lot to do, and yeah, it was a fun exercise. I think painting clutter is it's almost easier to me to just make up the clutter than to actually paint the thing in, like, all the actual clutter. And I think the same is true of like crowds, right? It's easier to just, like, once you understand there's a lot of people, just start painting people and overlap them and make them in different things. But it doesn't really matter. I think the same is true with the, folds in fabric when there's a lot of it. As long as it's believable, the exact fold doesn't matter. Like, you could drop a cloth on a table 100 times and the folds would be slightly different every time, right? So you don't need the exact folds because there's a million ways for it to work, right? And it'll all more or less look the same. And so that's where you actually get to design it and choose for yourself where things are. And that's something where, in some ways, I think that's almost easier, because when you get that many folds or that much clutter or that many people in a crowd, painting all of them is just it's a chore, and it's like, it's a lot. I know I love the challenge. I want to see how I would tackle it. It's also more fun. I love cats, lol. Oh, these were actually gonna be just, yeah, maybe cats, maybe owls, little statues or figurines that are carved out of wood. I want to do like a woodworker shop, and I'm not quite sure how I want to set it up. I could just do like a table, but maybe we'll do a fancier table. Yeah, maybe a chicken. Yeah, maybe we'll add a chicken in there. Maybe if it's a woodworker shop, he'll have a fancy desk space. Maybe it's rounded. Or maybe not rounded. Maybe it's, I don't know, something like that. Yeah, curved. Just something more interesting for the composition. Maybe it's like, maybe there's angles. Because I do want there to be drawers in here, I think. And then, yeah, there's going to be lots of clutter on the desk. So how do I want to do this? I could put like a light here. I mean, we could also shine like a blue light. Kind of like we did with that last scene we painted. Like a cool blue light. Just something to like fill in all of this with. Whether it's a blue light or an orange light, something. Just something to add some fill to. And then we can start sketching in the shapes. like little figurines. Maybe something's on its side. Sort of sitting there. Maybe we have a whole block of wood that's sort of unrefined. No, this one still needs the silhouette. This will be the owl. Yeah, an owl or a cat or something. I don't know. It doesn't matter right now what it is. It's more about just having shapes that kind of can occupy the scene and fill up the composition and sort of give that impression. You know, maybe there's a chair here that's made out of wood that's carved. Or maybe it's just a log. And of course, I don't want to draw every detail or anything. So I want to do it, you know. I might end up what do you call it? I might end up doing some line work here. Just so I can start sketching some things. Because I do want this stuff to make sense, right? I want it to have some sort of logic to it. Was stopping in to say hi. I'll have to catch this VOD. Can't wait to see all the cluttered scenes you paint. Aw. Well, good seeing you. Thanks for dropping in. And yeah, I don't exactly have all too many ideas. I have like an explorer's. So here, I'm gonna write them out. I'm thinking an explorer's. I'll just write them here. Explorer's den. What do you call it? Explorer's. I'm gonna write den because I don't know a better word for it. Is it apostrophe S or S apostrophe? I don't know. Explorer's den. And then also an inventors workshop, and then also a wood carver, wood workers shop. What else do we have? We have crystals, gems, things like that. And jewels. Jews, that's not what I meant to write. Jewels. Crystals and jewels. What else? We have what could be another shop? I like a library, maybe. Library. I guess like a artist's desk. Artist's studio. Art studio. That could work. What are other cluttered spaces? Or spaces that could be cluttered? I guess they don't have to be cluttered. Could be something like a kitchen, which is like a bunch of dirty dishes and stuff everywhere. So, like, somebody's been baking stuff. A fisherman's shack. Ooh, I like that. I'm just gonna write fisherman's shack. A kitchen. Magical bakery. Magic. No, I'll just write kitchen. Kitchen. Yeah, I like it. Fisherman's shack is fun. It could also be like a shop. So any sort of shop with like knickknacks and trinkets, like a market shop. Pumpkin LOL JK, how are you doing? Glad to see you're doing art stuff. Hey, Peck Sale. Yeah, so I'm looking for cluttered spaces. Spaces that can be cluttered. So anything from like, you know, a woodworker's shop with all the tools laying around and thingy mabobs hanging, janitor's closet. Oh, that's fun. Like, or a lost and found, or like janitor's closet could be fun. I'm obviously not going to paint all of these. Janitor's closet. I mean, we could just do like a used bookstore. Yeah, so I have a library slash maybe bookstore. Bookstore's better. Bookstore. Yeah, I like bookstore better than library. Library doesn't feel like it needs to be. And ooh, and like an attic. An attic with a bunch of stuff in it. Like, an old dusty attic. You're peeking up there and seeing all the things. Um, I mean, this is more than enough to go off of. What about outdoor scenes? I guess you could do like a tool shed. That's kind of out. I mean, it's not really outdoors. It's still indoors because it's in a shed. But that, it could be things like having an owl nest or something, having like a nest of birds in a shed where you open up the door and you have like the sunlight coming in because it's ooh, junkyard's good. Junkyard. That's a good one. Junkyard. I'm going to put a star next to that one because I do want to do some outdoor scenes. A stack of tools and things outside a shed. True, like tool shed. Yeah, like the outside part of it, like against the wall. That's a good one. Ooh, I like that actually. Because, yeah, a lot of times you have like an old shed, right? Where you'll have like, here's the side of the shed, and then here's the front. But then on the shed, you'll have like the wood pile, and you'll have stacks of logs, or you'll have tools sitting here. You might even have a shelf, and you have things like a lawnmower sitting off to the side. Right? You have, what else do you have? Just a bunch of stuff leaning up against the shed, like a garden shed. And maybe you have a little window in here, and then in the window, you can see stuff hanging in, right? This is the door. Little tiles. Little pathway, and then the grass here. A little like a spot. Maybe there's a fence here. This is like my mom's. I'm painting my mom's garden fence, or her garden shed. This is a chain link fence, so we're gonna go like this. What's a bird's nest in the eaves? Ooh, yeah. Maybe, yeah. So we have the thingy here, and maybe there's like, I don't know, a bird. You mean like in here? Like I don't exactly know how to draw that. But like under here, you'd have like the bird's nest. Or maybe we'll just draw it right here. There. What else? So yeah, that's a fun sketch. Uh, Obviously it's very, very rough, but I think that kind of. I don't like the shape of this. And then of course the grass. Normally I don't do drawings quite like this, but this works. That's kind of clutter. There's some clutter there. This is in the corner of like a yard, so maybe there's more chain link fence here. Bunks on a ship, maybe pirates, lots of supplies, and ooh, that's fun. Like a supply set. I'll just what is this? Tool shed. Yeah, like supply seller in like uh in a ship or something. That's fun. Here, I'm gonna keep putting these over here. Cargo hold. That's the word. Cargo hold. But see, you could do that like make it a cargo hold for a pirate ship, right? Or like so that it tells a story. Those are fun. See, I think we're getting to better ideas now because we've gotten the easy stuff out of the brain. Okay, cargo hold. could be fun. Other types of cluttered spaces. Ooh, the captain's cabin. Yeah, that could work. Captain's quarters. Here's one for clutter shipwreck. Maybe. Quarters. So the reason I said maybe to the shipwreck, I mean, it is clutter, but it's mostly like the same type of clutter. I'm thinking more of like different things that can tell a story. I feel like, I guess you could have like a shipwreck like washed up on the shore, and the clutter is like the things that have drifted up onto the coast. So you have like, a teddy bear, which that's kind of sad. And then you have, like things that have washed ashore amid all the wreckage. And so you have like a story it can tell of like the people who were on board, or maybe whatever was on board. Maybe it wasn't people. So that could be kind of fun, right? Maybe it was like you know, a ship that held a bunch of like inventions, and so you have all these weird gadgets and stuff washed up on shore along with all the wreckage. So there could be something there. I just think like a big pile of rubble is not quite to me that is interesting as like having like a room or a space that tells a story when you look at it. You could have natural clutter in the shipwreck, like it's been taken over by sea animal. That's true. That's true. Natural. I'll just write that nature clutter, like overgrown, overgrown clutter, and then like in parentheses, I'll write like, you know, sea life, sea life. Yeah, that's true. I don't know why I'm making my brush size smaller and darker and lighter, but it's hard to read. That's okay. That's true. Having things like taken over with like different animals, and yeah. We did a scene a while back, a couple days ago. Not that one. Let me open it up. This one. Uh we did this scene. I mean, this is the image that we painted. This was what we painted it. And I just implied a lot of the stuff. I didn't draw anything. But this was another cluttered scene. Very challenging. Obviously, I wasn't going to paint everything in this image, but there was just like a very cluttered garden. But yeah, no, it's a good idea to have natural clutter, just lots of different life and barnacles and things. That's fun. Okay, I think this is more than enough. We're just going to start painting. So yeah, this is going to be the woodworker's shop. We have the tools on in here, the chisels. You could do a costume store. True. True. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, lots of good ideas for this. Oh, I don't want things in this. Every line needs to be at a different angle. Tools, hooks and tools and saws with teeth. Different types of things. Maybe there's stuff hanging down here. Again, I'm just going very, very loose here. Things hanging down on hooks. I don't know what the hooks would be for. Just like things to hang, I don't know, string. What else would you, I mean, I guess you could use hooks to like grab the wood, like those, I don't know what you call them, like big old claws you stick into the wood and it helps you pick them up. I feel like those are things. Yeah, saws, of course. All sorts of saws and tools. I don't know what saws look like. I think those are for ice tongs. I think they have them for wood too. They'll stick them into wood. Clamps, tongs. Yeah, I think they use those for wood too. Pretty sure. I could be wrong. Probably am wrong. I don't know anything about woodworking. I mean, I know people who are woodworkers and they have wood shops and stuff, and I've been in their shops, but not enough to know exactly what they do and how they do it. Okay, here's a saw. Obviously, I'll reference all this stuff, but saw, big saw, little saw. Just things sitting on the wall. Like hooks to stick into the wood. Hey, Lily, how's it going? Long time no see. Like hooks to stick into wood to like move it, or maybe it's you. I don't know if you use two of them, but basically just like hooks in like a wood shop. I don't know if woodworkers use hooks, but I feel like they might if they have to unload a lot of wood from like the back of a truck. Definitely mallets, right, to split the wood. Yeah, I'm not talking about, yeah, not like a splitting wedge, but like, because wedges and stuff would be there too. Yeah, mallets. We could have a mallet somewhere, maybe leaning up against the edge of the table. I've seen people drag wood with hooks. Yeah, same. I think I have too. I feel like I'm not imagining that, but maybe I am. Again, we were just talking about, the Mandela effect and how our memories can be so terrible. So it's it's definitely possible that I've been imagining that woodworkers do this all along and they don't. So what do I know? Yeah, we need like tables with statues and things they've made. Mallets if you were chiseling out portions for sculpting. Yeah, it's storytelling. That's what happens in this universe, at least. Yep, exactly. They use those hooks. Whether or not that's a real thing that is done doesn't matter because it is officially part of the lore. But yeah, Lily, hope you're doing well. One of these drawers needs to be out, of course. It wouldn't be a cluttered scene without a drawer that is not put in. Something like that. This drawer is going to be halfway out. With tools and stuff sticking out. Little handles here. More stuff, more clutter. LMAO asked my dad, and he said woodworkers bench don't have a hook. Okay. I mean, it's very possible that many woodworkers wouldn't have a hook for a bench for stuff, but yeah, little chisels and mallets and little any sort of small tools. Probably lots of that would be screwdrivers, I'm sure, glue, things that are, like caulking guns. I don't know, just anything that you could possibly need to make, to stick wood together and to carve it and chisel it. I feel like all the things. And then over here, what do we want this space to be? Do we want like a roof? Woodworker's bench have hook. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Ultimate Sharky, hello! Maybe there's some rafters up here. Some curved... Everything is very curvy here. I don't know exactly what kind of location this is, but it's kind of interesting. Maybe there's like a window that's half open here. And so there's like these top windows that let some light in. Maybe this one's going out the other way. Then there's things up here on the shelves. I don't know, just any shapes. Shapes of stuff, little carvings, figurines. Big wood shapes, small wood shapes. This one can have ears, like cat ears. Or an owl. Maybe the wood is just different. Maybe he uses the hooks for something wood adjacent, but not wood itself. Maybe he likes to decor in his wood space. This woodsman is a quirky guy. True. Maybe, yeah, exactly. This particular woodsman's woodsman, is that the word? Woodworker's shop, right? He might have weird, I mean, he could have a unicycle in here for all we know, right? Like, why? I don't know. Why not? Maybe he just kept it around because he thought it would be useful. Hello, is this from Street View again? Nope, this is from Imagination. We are doing, so inspired by last stream's Street View painting with all the clutter, and this one with all the clutter, I have been inspired to do my own cluttered scene. So here are some potential scenes that we wrote down. We just we came up with these. I was gonna say theory crafted. We just came up with these today on stream. Different people gave us suggestions. So yeah, we have things like cargo holds, attics, janitor's closet, kitchen. Basically just spaces that can be cluttered. You know, this is like the garden, the tool shed, but on the outside. So you might have like wood stacked and, you know, lawnmowers and a what do you call it? Like a pitchfork or a rake. You know, you could have things leaning up against the garden shed. You know, a lawnmower, just stuff cluttered all around. You know, this is I'm starting with the woodworker's shop though. The woodworker could be a maniacal serial killer. True. Yep. That's our story. We can do what we want with it. I don't think that's what I want to do with it, but we could. I always like it when people suggest things that are way out there, out in left field, because it's like, on one hand, I love that someone came up with that, and even though I don't want to draw it, you could draw that. Like, what would it look like if you drew a woodworker's shop who's also a serial killer? How would you, like, sprinkle in the little hints that say, like, oh, this is a creepy dude, you know? But also still make it look like a woodworker's shop. If that's a cat, no, it's a carving of a cat. They're carvings. That's true. We could do a desk with a cat on top, and then the clutter is just all on the floor because the cat has knocked everything off. Could do that. But yeah, this is just clutter. Just random stuff. If Kiki Nick, also hello, hope you're doing well. It just needs a tricycle. Yes, just a tricycle, and then we're good. Okay, so there's some windows with the light coming in. Maybe some backlight. It is a woodworker shop, so there's going to be a lot of shine. So I'm just going to put in some shiny stuff and anything that's metal. I don't know. I don't know what all this stuff is. But I feel like there would be a lot of metal stuff. Back to lurking. All right, take care. If you're going to do any art, good luck. It needs a set of chisels. Yeah, I put some, like, random sets up here of, like, random stuff. I don't know if they look like chisels. I haven't gotten any references yet. But just, like, yeah, the board or the things like this that are just, like, all in random order. But I think that's not bad for a random... I think maybe there needs to be another drawer pulled out. I mean, we could do like an actual cat or something poking its head out of here. Or like a chipmunk. Or something. Poking out of its head out of the door. Which of these cats are real and which of them is a carving? I don't know what this cat shape. Oh my goodness, what is happening here? That is a shape. Drawer cat is real. It found the cat snacks. Yeah. Don't know what's happening here. Chonky kitty. Yeah, it's a carving of a cat. I don't know what that is. It looks super goofy. Okay. This is a good sketch, I think, to show the space. It's not perfect. I'm not exactly sure what's going on up here. But I think it works. This one was fun, but there was no cohesion to the theme. So let's just continue on. Inventor's Workshop, Woodworker Shop. Okay, that one we can... We'll highlight that because we already did that one. Crystals and Jewels, Art Studio, Fisherman's Shack. This needs more research. So I'll put green by it. Green for research. Janitor's Closet, Attic. Attic could be fun to, like, tell a story. Junkyard, Captain's Quarters could be fun. I kind of like the idea of a Captain's Quarters. I don't really know what would be in there. That's a gerbil? Yeah, maybe. Junkyard is hard. This one, to me, it feels very difficult because Junkyard could be any sort of, like, gadgets and gizmos. Where do you get the options from? Chat. Chat gave me options. A couple people in chat were spouting stuff off. And, of course, me. I made up a lot of these. So, like, I thought of Art Studio, Crystals and Jewels, Inventor's Workshop, Explorer's Den. I did not think of the Fisherman's Shack, the Janitor's Closet, the Cargo Hold, or the Wood... Or did I think of Woodworker Shop? I don't know. Maybe. A lot of these I didn't think of, but just chat. Junkyard, you have to choose a theme. Automobiles, home appliances. Yeah, that's the tricky thing. And I really like the idea of, like, an inventor's scrapyard, right? Like, it's kind of the same to me as, like, the inventor's workshop. Like a bunch of discarded gadgets and gizmos would be kind of fun. But the problem with that is the same problem with like doing sci-fi stuff on stream, which is you kind of have to invent everything yourself. And so it's very hard to quickly sketch in a bunch of things when you don't know what the uses are. Also, this song is very loud for some reason. Maybe it's not loud. I don't know. A yard sale. Ooh, yard sale could be a good idea. Let's write that down. I like yard sale. That's a good one. I can imagine some old house attic with a colored stained window shining on all the dusty stuff. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking with the attic, like old dusty stuff, and it could tell a story, like, you know, childhood things, things from someone's childhood, old toys, long forgotten, dusty photos, you know, just anything that's sort of, you know, lots of bins of stuff. Yeah, there's definitely some potentially fun stuff there. You know, Christmas decorations or whatever stuff people store in an attic, you know. Let's do... I kind of want to do the Inventor's Workshop because this is going to help me think of stuff for the tool shed, probably the junkyard. The captain's quarters could also have like baubles and things. I feel like these two kind of go together. Although... And also the colors are pretty boring here, but that's okay. What about someone who fly-tipped a load of junk like washing machines? I don't know what fly-tipped means. Washing machines, mattresses in a rural lane by a gate or lay-by. I don't know what that means. Like just dumped stuff? Dumping stuff in a rural lane by a gate or lay-by? I don't know what a lay-by is either. I don't know those words, Sharky. You're using words I don't know. My brain hasn't heard of half those things. But I do know what washing machines and mattresses are, so just I assume you just mean old abandoned stuff. Like, let's do an inventor's shop. Interior of a Pioneer wagon. Don't know if you saw that one. Oh, I didn't see that one. That's not a bad one. Like historical stuff. Yeah. Pioneer wagon interior. That I don't know if I want to do that one because that sounds extremely hard. A levee, pronounced levee, is like a mound of dirt to prevent... Oh, I knew that. That's how you spell that? Who said levee? A lay-by? Who said levee? Wait, I know what a levee is. Who said levee, and did I mispronounce it? No one said levee. Someone said lay-by. Ultimate Sharky said lay-hyphen-by. I don't know what that word means. Unless that's an alternate way to say levee, but that's not even remotely phonetically how I would say that word. Yeah, I don't know where... Maybe you weren't replying to me, Sam. Yeah, maybe you weren't replying to me. Yeah, I don't know what that... I don't know what that is. That's okay. Fly tipping, we call it in the UK when people dump household stuff in rural areas. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, just dumping junk. Okay. Yeah, I could do that. Just like a... I think I would rather do like a junkyard or... You're not 100% paying attention? No worries. I miss stuff, so I'm never sure if it's me who's confused or someone else. Okay, let's do an inventor's workshop. A lay-by is a small parking area by the side of the road. Oh, I didn't know that term. I feel like that might be a difference between like UK English and American English. We call it dumping or littering here. People Do it here near the creek. Really sucks. Yeah. Yeah, we just call it dumping. Dumping trash. Or just... Yeah. Okay, an inventor's workshop. I actually like this as the base, to be honest. Like, I don't need it to reinvent the wheel in terms of layouts. Dump site? I think I've heard that before. I mean, I've heard dump site, but that's like a dump, like your city or local dump or your local junkyard. Um, we have like what would be called a dump site. Dump site with a T, but not dump side. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, that would be like an official thing, like a city or local, like a place where people like your landfill, right? Landfill. Although landfill, I think, has the implication that it's maintained with like they put the dirt back over it and they literally fill it in. And maybe junkyard and dump site are more like just like slightly more casual but still official kind of. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure the differentiations between all those words. But okay, let's do an inventor's workshop. So here we're gonna have schematics on the table. We probably want like a drawing board, so like a tilted board, right? At an angle. It's gonna have the classic little holder down here so that the pencils don't all fall off. Gotcha. Call it a tip. Interesting. Okay, so here we're gonna have things pinned up. But again, it's gonna be cluttered, so we'll probably have rolls of paper of old schematics rolled up. Stuff like that. We don't need a globe here. Okay, so this is an old schematic board. Maybe there's another thing up like this as well, like a whiteboard. Maybe we have a whiteboard with some mathy stuff. Mathy stuff. Just math, random equations as... No, it doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to be random equations. But maybe we have like But we also need like a desk with stuff on it. Also, this is gonna be a table, not a... I don't know what this is. I think it just makes too much sense to have tables. Yeah. Mobiles hanging. Things, yeah, exactly. Mobiles hanging. We've got thingies on the table with gadgets and gizmos. Little lamps and thingies like a here, how do we draw it? E equals MC squared. Like maybe a chain here hanging, and off the chain is like one of those lamps that on a string that you can move around. Maybe not a chain, but like just a lamp dangling from or a light bulb dangling from a wire. Beanie weather is gone, eh? Yes, beanie weather is gone. Got our classic, yeah, it's a little too warm. I mean, I could still wear a beanie, but it's a little warm. Yeah, maybe we have an old window here. But again, we want stuff like, or ooh, I got an idea. Maybe the window is here, but there's stuff written on the window. Or maybe we have like, they used it for tracing. Or there's written stuff. But Chrissy Carson, how are you? Hope you're doing well today. I don't know if we would want a window there. Maybe here? But then there's like a board in front of it. Not totally in front, but just like hung up. Maybe there's another table here. Okay, so what was this person inventing? Surely a computer? Well, I'm thinking like engineering gadgetry. So I want to have them like working on something. It could be like one of those not astrolabes. Is that what that is? Those things. I mean, not like a model of the electron, but like one of those circular thingies that like spin. Is that what they call it? I don't know what you call that. What's an astrolabe? Hold on. Am I thinking of the right word? No, not really, but close. I don't know what I'm thinking. Oh yeah, this thing. Whatever this is. That thing. One of those. No, one of these things. I don't know what this is. Is this ancient astrolabe? At least according to this. I don't know exactly what they do. I just know it's like a trope that like you see them in inventors things. This is actually what one is, I think. Can you guys see this? Yeah. But no, I don't think we need those. I think it's for navigating. I think so too. But yeah, no, I want to have some sort of like mechanical gadget thing with stuff sticking off of it. That kind of looks a little fancy. That like they're building something. Maybe it has tubes and pipes. Looks like a fancy protractor. Yeah. I think it's a combination of, it's like a protractor, but I think it also has like stars and stuff, and then you use the stars to map where you are, and so it has like, yeah, it's kind of a combination of all of that, I think. I don't know how it works, to be honest. Eric Malachite, how's it going? But yeah, some sort of thing. Metal thing with shiny bits that they're working on. That helps them do something. I don't know. They could be making like a mechanical animal, like a what do you call it? Like what do you call those? What do you call those things? Mechatronics. What's the word for it? Mech. I thought there was a name for it. I don't know. Maybe not. Anyway, a mechanical gerbil. Yeah, stuff like that. Anemoids? Is that the word? Anemoid. Let me Google it. Anemoid. If I Google that, does that pop up what I'm looking for? No, it doesn't. Google doesn't know what anemoid is. That might be a word, but not according to Google. It has image search doesn't know. Totally made that up? Okay. Well, I'm looking for the word that when I Google it, it would give me results of like the things. But basically, automatons, automaton animals? Is that just like animal automatons? Yeah, like this kind of thing. Or these things, right? Where you have like the moving parts that make the thing move. Kind of thing, but made out of like metal and moving parts, right? So you have like things that crank and then they move the things, and it's like all the. To me, that's like a very inventor-y thing, right? Or like this kind of thing, but made out of metal. Well, it could be robot, it could be robotic, but like made out of metal. So like there, let me find some. Like another example, this is probably a AI, so forgive me, but stuff like this that is like made out of metal but potentially moving parts. That just looked like a bunch of gibberish, so it probably wasn't. Yeah, that was AI garbage. Just AI slop that makes no sense. But any sort of mechanized animal. As opposed to animal form murder droids. I mean, I don't know what that looks like, but yeah, or I don't know what that means. But yeah, maybe we have like a cat here, a cat shape. How do I draw a cat shape? You would think after all these years of having drawn many cats, I would know how to draw a cat. But somehow, they're still difficult. Kind of. I mean, with a little bit of work, I can do it. You've seen a wooden manta ray sculpture that works like that? Yeah, there's a lot of them out there. I know Magic the Gathering has these. It's one of my favorite sets from like a thematic and design perspective. It's Kaladesh. So here, let me find it. It's an old set. Kind of old. Kaladesh MTG Inventions. Basically, the premise of this Magic the Gathering set was like an inventor's fair, and you can think of it as like a world's fair, but they had a bunch of inventions and fancy like gadgets and mechanized things with so basically they just had a bunch of like these metal, like intricate metal things. So like I don't know if you guys can see this, but maybe I can zoom in. But basically like little things like just random stuff. Like everything sort of has these let me find them. Basically everything in here is just like these metal gadgets and things, whether it's a simulacrum or just random, like a sword that is very like intricately carved, and it has like all these little like everything is like sculpted out of metal, and it's very like it has this sort of like this look to it with lots of moving parts. It has all this like spindly wired and gadgets and joints and stuff like on this sword. um and I've always liked that look. Like it has the look of like gears and stuff. I don't know. Love number 4 the most. Yeah, I'm still working on it. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do that. But yeah, I think for like a cat sculpture, right, you could totally have like parts of the cat being in metal, and then we'd have like a copper or darker color, and then we'd have some shininess to it. Maybe it's a fox. Maybe it's not a cat. Depends on what it ends up looking like first. Or a dog. Kind of looks like a dog. But yeah, and it'd have like a metal parts. A wooden pupper. Or not wooden, metal pupper. With the joints and all the moving things. Like the ears would move, the tail would wag, and so maybe you'd have like little sockets and stuff in here. Kind of steampunk vibes. A little bit. I don't know how dogs sit. Again, very, very loose. Just stuff like that. I don't know if that's a good example of it, but you know, maybe there's a panel opened up or something. But yeah, I've always liked stuff like that. It sort of has this like this neat mix of metalworking and engineering, but also like gives it the sense that there's like a watchmaker kind of. You know how like they have all those just very intricate, lots of gears things. I guess kind of steampunk, but more like I don't know, like robotic. Yeah, like steampunk robotics kind of. Is that a term? I don't know if that's a thing. You just watched the knighting the Seven Kingdoms, and at the end his face looked pretty cluttered. I don't know what that is. Knighting the Seven Kingdoms. Is that a movie? Sounds like a movie. Knighting the Seven Kingdoms. The Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. American fantasy drama television show. Not to be confused with the Game of Thrones episode of the same title. Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Yeah, it's a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, created by Ira Parker and George R. R. Martin. Oh, so it's literally also made by him, George R. R. Martin. Okay, interesting. Yeah, no, never heard of it. But is it good? Okay. So I like this. I think we want proper light in here. Maybe there's like yeah some. Also, this thing hangs down a little low. Little lights, things hanging down, mobiles, just random inventions and stuff on the side that are gonna make it look like it's an inventor's place. This is gonna be a table, I guess. Maybe it's not a table. Maybe it's like a pedestal thing. And on the pedestal, we have like it's also made of metal, so it's like you can kind of see. And then maybe there's diagrams of the thing they're building. So like the dog shape here. Pencils, rulers. Yeah, there's going to be measuring devices, compasses, lots of things just laying around. Yeah, lots of stuff will be laying around there. I don't know if I like that there's a window here. I don't know. I hear Egyptian music? Maybe. I don't know if it's actually Egyptian. It's just like fantasy. It might be Egyptian inspired. It's a little quiet right now though, because the song is like changing or ending, or it's in the downward part of the song. Remind me of Aladdin? Yeah, maybe. What else do we want here? Yeah, just little stuff, just tons of baubles and trinkets. We could do things like this. Little shapes. But yeah, I think this is like scores from movies and stuff is what I'm listening to. Aladdin's a pretty cool story. Yeah. I think it's a good story. Kinda. I mean, at this point, I feel like there's been so many stories like it that you know, it's hard to judge a story when, you know, with the context of like so many other stories have been inspired by it, and so yeah, it's weird. But yeah, no, it's good. Nothing wrong with Aladdin as far as I know. Although Aladdin was taken, like the original, right? It was taken from some, like Disney took it from something else, right? Pretty sure Disney didn't come up with it. If you're thinking of like Disney's Aladdin. Don't think Disney was the OG. I never read the OG Aladdin. 1001 Arabian Nights? Yeah, even that. But was that the original? I don't even know if that was the original. It probably was. Do we want boarded up windows or like chains on it or bars on it? Maybe not. I don't know. That's kind of weird. I feel like if it's like an invent, we definitely want stuff in front of it. Like we want like cabinets and stuff in the windowsills. Didn't Stephen King write Aladdin? I have no idea. I doubt it, but it's possible. I've never heard that. I don't know. I feel like Aladdin came out the movie like before. I don't think so. From Disney, I'm pretty sure he didn't. I don't know. Let's look it up though. Maybe. I feel like he didn't. Screen director was John Musker, Ron Clements. Produced by John Musker, Ron Clements. Screenplay by Ron Clements, John Musker, Ted Elliott, Terry Rossio. Aladdin. Who wrote Aladdin? Aladdin is a Middle Eastern folk tale. It is one of the best known tales associated with 1001 Nights. Despite not being part of the original text, it was added by the Frenchman Antoine Galland long before Stephen King's time. Yeah, no, I don't think Stephen King had any part in that. Yeah, I think it's a very old thing. Yeah, there you go. You can read all about it there. I'm trying to think how to. This doesn't look like a very. I don't know. It kind of gets the vibe across, but the colors and stuff suck. Okay, let's do another scene. So we have the wood the wood shop done. We have inventor's workshop done. I just read it was set in a Chinese city. Aladdin originally Chinese? I don't think so. I think the earliest one I'm pretty sure is like Middle Eastern. I mean, it might be set in China, like in the original. I don't know. It's possible. I don't know anything about the original story of Aladdin. I just know it's not Disney, and also, yeah, it's long before like anyone I know was ever alive. It's a very old story, I think. Yeah, it could very well be set in China for all I know. Okay, fisherman shack, kitchen. I kind of like kitchen. Someone cooking stuff with peppers and spices and stuff all around. Good fun option for colors. Let's do a captain's quarters. Again, similar to the other spaces. I don't know what is on a captain's, like navigational tools. Like a ship captain's desk. I assume it has like navigational stuff, a compass in the middle. I found this, which is pretty cool. It's very fancy. Would they really have a model ship in a ship? Is that a thing? Maybe. Some custom computer desk, which is pretty sweet, kind of, if you're into that stuff. I don't know if I would like that, but that's certainly a desk. Okay. How about a joke pirate's flag? It did in Titanic? Oh, I didn't know that. A joke pirate's flag, maybe. A cursed amulet? Yeah, I like the idea of like old pirate stuff and an old pirate ship. Yeah, let's do that. Let's something with a desk. So yeah, I'll just start out by sketching a desk. But also there's gonna be like the ship, right? Ships have windows. And then this will be like the desk. I don't know. The desk could have like a seashell vibe or something. Could be asymmetrical. Titanic had a ship model in one of those glass bottles. Yeah, makes sense. Good set dressing. See, I don't know if I just want to draw a desk, though. That doesn't feel very captain's quartery, you know? I feel like we need more. What else? What else is in a captain's... Like, I guess places to sit? Other than the main desk? I mean, I feel like it's more or less just like a wooden room with like fancy stuff in it, right? Just like a fancy wooden room with navigational tools. Hmm. If the ship is small enough, the rear firing cannons might be in the captain's room. Oh, interesting. That's kind of cool, actually. What if it's like cluttered surfaces looking out at the stormy ocean? Yeah, maybe. I guess you would have like a window, right, on one side. So maybe on one side, like here, just in the back, we have the window. And so we can put like a lighter color, and then around it will be a darker, like a wood color. Indoor scenes are tough because oftentimes there's not great light. Just finished the inking portion of your drawing. You posted it to Instagram. Oh, that was quick. You speedy. Okay, let's take a look. I want to take a look. Instagram. Let's go take a look at Popcorn Girl's art. Search your name. Whoa, this is so cool. Okay, this is awesome. What a good drawing. Also, that was super quick. I'll be the first to like it. That's so nicely done. You even have like the stars on the root, like the texture and the things. There's so many things here. Plants, a chicken. What is that? I don't know what that is right there, but I like it. A knitting, a pillow. You even got like the covers. You got a picture, some witchy stuff. All these little picture frames and details, and also overgrown stuff. This is so cool. What a great drawing. So wait, is this your actual space? He's one of our hermit crabs. Included the pet hermits and our pet chickens. Leaving a puddle on the floor, which he always does IRL. This is awesome. So this is actually your space, but you've cluttered it in the theme of today's stream. Adding clutter. I love this. Do you actually have plants on the inside going across the top? Do you actually have a pet hermit crab, Astrozilla? It sounds like she does. That's awesome. First time hearing that as a thing. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing either, to be honest. That's really cool. Okay, let's draw the floor. You know what? I think for this one we're gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think whatever I do, I want. Be like that. Ah, we're getting raided by Ron. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Ron. Ron and the gang. How's it going, Ron? Oh, hello. And also, Casey, nothing like a good spring cluttering. Clutter is a good thing to practice. Ooh, so much storytelling. Right? Yeah, so we got a bunch of cluttered scenes, Casey. Also, welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know Ron is awesome. He does a lot of storytelling and design and world building. I meant to say world building first, but a lot of world building and storytelling through design and world building through design. And yeah, Ron's awesome. Guys should check out Ron. Also, Ron, art tax, you know the drill. But yes, hi Casey, and yes, cluttering, spring cluttering. We've got cluttered spaces. We've got a woodworker's shop and an inventor's workshop, both sort of sketched out very, very loosely. Just lots of random stuff. I don't even know what it all is, but papers and things layered on top of each other. Just things in the window overlapping more things. You know, you got a window with things over, you know, just tons of stuff. There's other options though. We have a janitor's closet, attic, cargo hold. Right now I'm trying to do a captain's quarters, so like ship stuff, boat things, and that's kind of what I'm going to start right now. Ronald says, lovely to see you, sir. You too, Ronald. And yes, as always, art tax, you can share the stuff, and I'd love to see it. Love to see what you were working on today. It's always a pleasure to see all your creature designs and even environment designs, although mostly you do creatures, but... Or maybe I just see the creatures more. A garden shed greenhouse would have lots of fun earthy clutter. Yeah, we were also thinking about like a garden shed, but on the outside, so like stuff stacked against it, and tools and planters, and like someone getting ready to plant stuff. You know, maybe a stack of old bricks that have never been laid down because they never got around to it, or you know, a wheelbarrow with stuff inside of it. Just tons of different things. So there's lots of options for clutter, and it's just a fun little exercise to think of all the ways to clutter stuff. Every biome eventually gets a landscape picture, just as every town gets one as well as a detailed map. Nice. Yeah, I just don't see as much environment stuff, but I guess it makes sense because, like, proportionally, you have, like, one environment with tons of stuff in the environment, so... Yeah, this is so cool. So what's... Hold on. Strangling Nimrod is the name. Or Strangling. Sorry, Strangling Nimrod. Biome is the Foglands. The niche is an apex predator. So what's happening up here in this? Is this like a transparent thing and that's like the brain? Or I'm not quite sure what we're looking at other than it's cool and I like how you did this. It looks like a transparent substance with teeth. This is very strange, but I like it. Also, it's massive. 50 feet tall. Dang. Some crazy clutter reference from that show Hoarders, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't want it to be, like, disgusting. But I do like the clutter that tells a story, you know? It's a translucent brain and organelles that allow it to fly and eat. Gotcha. That's very cool, though. Yeah, you nailed that translucent effect. That's really cool. I like this a lot. That's a fun design. Thank you so much for sharing. But yeah, I am going to start doing a captain's quarters. Basically navigational tools, a desk, trinkets, baubles, things, you know, maybe a treasure chest here and there. Don't really know exactly how I'm going to do it, but I feel like we're overlooking the ship bay. But we probably have like the desk here. And on the desk, do we want the chair in front or behind? Probably behind, right? And then we'll have like a, you know, we definitely need a globe, right? I feel like we can't get away without a globe. Definitely a compass in the desk. Like inserted in. And then you were going to have papers and charts. Maps. Things rolled up. Again, a lot of the same stuff I've already drawn, but this one is more storytelling, so it's a better version of it. Some stuff cluttered here. If it isn't a boat, though, it's kind of weird to have it. Maybe we need more paperweights, so more books laying flat. Heavier objects. The home full of dolls, puppets was pretty wild looking. Ooh, that's a good one. Home full of puppets and dolls. That's kind of creepy, but yeah. Not saying you should draw a hoard at home. It's more of thinking of the collection of hoards, like a dragon hoards a specific object. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thinking of how might this person hoard. And that's another thing, right? Like, it doesn't have to be, like, we were even thinking of, like, you know, like a kitchen or something, right? What meals were they cooking? Or, you know, if you're doing, like, an inventor's place, like what do they invent? Do they work on specific types of things? Is it, you know, are they doing car models and designs? Or, you know, like every space can tell a story, and you can just put things in any space, and if you put enough of it, it'll tell a story, which I think is pretty cool. What about a butcher's workspace? True, yeah, we could do a butcher's workspace. That's an option. I don't really know what goes into that other than like meat hooks and animal carcasses, but we could definitely do butchers. Yeah, art studio. I wrote art studio right here. Art studio, classic cluttered space. I'll send you pics and you can get ideas. Yeah, this is basically just so Casey. And for anyone else who's wondering, the way this came about is I've been doing a lot of plein air April or plein air April, however you want to say it. I've been doing a lot of sketching from references, and one of the references that I had was 2 days ago. It was this. Let me show you. This. So this was one of the spaces that I painted. It was an interior, and this is kind of what kicked off the whole like, ooh, I want to get better at painting clutter, because this was so cool. There is just so much stuff. This was from Street View, but you can select it to show you interiors, and this one is just like tons of computer equipment. I don't even know what half these instruments are, and there's so much that you can't paint every object. And I know, well, I tried. I tried to paint every object, and it's very hard. So what I ended up doing was more or less just painting the dark spots, just painting the negative shapes, you know, zooming in and not zooming in, but like painting the outlines of things, making sure the front table has a clear silhouette against the background table. It was definitely a challenge. Ooh, you should draw the NASA Command Center. The shots of that space during the Artemis mission have quite full of tech clutter. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's just a neat space. So anyway, that's kind of what kicked me off on the whole like I want to do some clutter, and then I thought, oh, it's kind of spring and spring cleaning. Wait, spring clutter. So yeah, spring cluttering. That's a thing now. What about a public bathhouse? Are those typically cluttered? I feel like that would public spaces where it's like a place of business would probably be very uncluttered, right? I'm sure any space can be cluttered if you try hard enough. I feel like any space can be cluttered. And that's part of that storytelling is like what do you clutter it with? What do you put in there? But yeah, Casey, how have you been? And Ronald, I hope you've been well. And Siren and everybody else who's popping in and lurking. Maybe watching on the YouTube VOD. Okay, so this is going to be a captain's desk. And I want the desk to be cool. Maybe it has like maybe it's like the shape of a boat. I don't know. It needs to be a sturdy desk because it is going to be... You know, it's going to be on a boat. Bath towels, shower heads, water, hair. I don't know, maybe? Soaps. Yeah, I guess even all that though, that doesn't give me the impression of cluttered. It gives me the impression of like, yes, there's some random stuff, but like I don't know. I guess again, you could make it cluttered for sure. But yeah, I mean we can write it down. That's not I do like the idea of like a bathhouse would be fun. I don't know really what bathhouses look like, to be honest. When I went to Japan in high school, and we did go to like a like a hot spring spa type thing, or like a bath. I guess it was like a bathhouse. I think it was a bathhouse. I don't really remember it that well, but I remember going in there. Don't recall it being cluttered, but yeah, I guess you could have lots of people. That's true. People is clutter. Crowds. Yeah, definitely could some fun stuff potentially. You're thinking of Pirates of the Caribbean 4, the Chinese bathhouse. Ooh, I don't think I've seen any other of the Pirates of the Caribbean other than maybe the first couple. I think after like the first two, or maybe it was the third, I didn't care for the third, and I never watched another one, just because it wasn't. I don't know. Doing all right, tired today, but trying to be productive. Nice. Casey, do you stream today? I know I don't have to raid you, but I enjoy raiding you, and also I feel annoyed because I keep ending stream like 10 minutes before you go live. Like cuz I stream cuz I know you start at 3 a lot, and I used to stream up until 3, but lately I've just been like getting tired before 3, so it's like, "Oh, I'll end at 2:30 and then you go live like right before." So I would love to raid you one of these days. And I know that some days you start at 3. In about 2 hours, yeah. Maybe we have a ship model. Okay, what else can be in here? I don't like that. I think... Can we put, like, a chart? Maybe that there's a big old window in the back that's gonna backdrop this whole thing. And it's like one of those bubbly windows, you know? Like the... Isn't it like in the like Nemo, like the Nautilus? Isn't that the boat? Where you have like that big bulbous window? Isn't that a thing where it's like it sticks out? Yeah, the circular window that like you can stand on the inside of almost because it's so like from a profile view, the window would look like this. And so here would be the inside of the thing, and like the floor would go straight up here, and like you could, right? Like there's like a sticky outy part, right? And like you would be standing here. I don't know what that little line is, right? You'd be standing here, and you can view out, but you can also view down, and you can view up, right? Because it sticks out into the water. Panoramic. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what they're called, but anyway, it's kind of cool. So we could maybe do something there with like a circular type window. The only thing I don't like about this is I think painting a scene straight on like this is... I don't think it's good. I think it's a bad way to set up a... Maybe not bad. Not objectively bad. But it's not a great way to set up a scene, in my opinion. I think there's better ways. Gotta think about this. Clothes hanger with a cap. I think this just doesn't give me a lot of real estate. I'm gonna start over. I don't like that sketch. This is my second iteration, but I'm pretty confident my first wasn't good, so I'm gonna start over. Okay, we're gonna let's think about this. We could do the big bay window here, right? So we go like where we're looking out. Oops. This. I don't know. I don't know what you call it. I don't know if a bay window is the right word. And then you have like a deck, I guess, like a little area here that I didn't draw in perspective. And then maybe you have like a bookshelf, or maybe you have a desk here. And then the chair here. Just something to give it a bit more dimensionality. You've got to go, says Popcorn Girl. Take care, Popcorn Girl. Thanks for popping in. No pun intended. I appreciate it. With safe behind it. Yeah, maybe a paint. Yeah, maybe a bookshelf. A bookshelf and a safe. That's true. That's not a bad idea to do it. But yeah, good seeing you again. I don't know how you would do I guess you would do like the painting would be like moved to the side, and then you'd have the safe. Like that. So here's the painting. The light is shining on it. I feel like I'm getting tired. Maybe I need a break from coming up with sketches and do like a quick study or something. Make it look like a robbery. The safe is flung open, so we have the door of the safe here. This is just a black void because the safe is a robbery. The money is... There's just like money and... No, the money wouldn't be on the table. because that would be, I don't know. Let's see, what else could be on the table? This is the table. I kind of feel like having the table here, or not the table, but the chair, not here. You know what? We're gonna reverse this. We're gonna go chair here. Need some nice armrests in the captain's chair. Posture check. Perfect. Let me sit up straight. So yeah, we have the captain's chair here. Broken items. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. This can be here. We can put the big ol' like... Let's go dark red. I don't know why, but I feel like my colors and everything is just... I'm struggling with it right now. Okay, so maybe something like that. And then this can be dark. Get some dark red. Oh, we're getting a raid by Ike. Ike, how's it going? Hold on to my butt. How's it going, Ike? The Bonklings cometh. If you guys don't know Ike, he's great. He's Ike, what were you doing today? Were you doing art or games? I know you do both. I know you play some Minecraft, and I've been meaning to stop by when I see you playing Minecraft, but I haven't seen you in a while playing. I don't know. I feel like you've been playing a lot of different stuff. Why does this thumbnail make me think of the dude's office from Arcane, Silco? Oh, that totally. You know what? I kind of forgot about that. Let me see. Silco's office, Arcane. You know, his does give like the captain's desk vibe. That's a good reference. Yeah, totally. I mean, he is kind of the head honcho dude, right? Like, I mean, in a sense, kind of. So yeah. It does have a little bit of that. Art gym today, getting strong drawings from bodies, faces, hands. Nice. Yeah, we are doing some cluttered drawings. So we are doing like a wood carver's shop, an inventor's workshop. This is just random stuff. Then we're doing a captain's quarters or captain's den or thing. It'll probably have like yeah, books and charts and maps and stuff. Things just spewing all over. Some books. The captain's log, of course, is very important. So the big old book on the table with all the log of all the stuff. An old-timey record player. Ooh, I don't know about maybe. Maybe. Yeah, we could do that. Definitely a bookcase, a trunk of like pirate chest, basically. A trunk. What else would be in here? I don't know. Okay, let's take a look. Whoa, Ike, these are so good. Okay, this is some serious art gym. Man, speaking of the gym, I feel so weak when I'm looking at these drawings. These are so good. These make me realize how little I work out my anatomy skills. Dang, these are cool. Getting strong, drawing some bodies, faces, and hands. Yeah, you did a great job. Oh, that's what you mean by art gym. Basically, yeah, art studies, working out those art muscles. You also launched a new Draw This in Your Style yesterday. Ooh. House Gamora's Pickabus. Choose your waifu, draw this in your style. Nice. Yoinking Casey's art gym. Yeah, Casey's, yeah, so for those who don't know, Casey also does an art gym. I think the one Ike is doing is different, but hey, more art gyms the better. There's not like one gym in the world. There's lots of gyms for different things, and you know, each gym is a little different. But you know, Ike, these are great. Yeah, you're always really good at anatomy. Art gym makes strong artists, for sure. I mean, it's funny because, yeah, I mean, I obviously it should be uh, no surprise to anyone that doing new things and trying stuff and leveling up and working to improve is going to make you better. But like from my own sort of personal experience just recently, even just doing all of these plein air paintings or virtual plein airs, so taking environments from real life and just learning to simplify, play around with color, play around with shape. I feel like I've learned a lot as well just recently, and it's kind of one of the things that's inspiring these scenes is uh is that. So this is like, yeah. This is me trying to apply some of the stuff I've just learned, or at least sort of, kinda. The study never ends. That's true. The studying never ends. The learning never stops. Siren says, "I watch them work out. I don't draw alongside them." But you are, as long as you feel like you're welcome, because you are obviously welcome to join along them anytime. Yeah, but nobody needs to feel like they're pushing themselves every day in art and like we don't want to be spreading that toxic, like if you're not working out, you're not a real artist, or like we don't want to spread that garbage. But at the same time, if you do want to improve, I think working out and getting better at art and pushing yourself should be celebrated as well. So, hey Joe, what are you doing with that stylus in your hand? Hey Odorous Sense, how's it going? What do you mean, what am I doing with that stylus in my hand? I am holding it and drawing. How are you? I assume that was a joke or something. I don't know, but it went over my head. Hope you're doing well. Hustle culture, yeah, a little bit of that. Like I think on a personal level, like working hard and pushing yourself and improving and learning new things is good, right? That's a like I think that's a thing to like, applaud people for, like, because I don't know, like I think there is a that mindset isn't a bad thing, but it's when you start like forcing it on other people or make other people feel like they're less than because they're not doing that, because they're just living their life their way, and suddenly you make them feel bad for not living the way that you think they should or something. Like that's where it starts getting really toxic. But I think from like a personal improvement standpoint, I don't think it's bad to like want to push yourself and try new things all the time, and you know, like I think that can be good to some degree. Obviously, it can be bad too, right? If you're overdoing it and not taking time to rest and stuff. But again, that's just, yeah. I don't know. I think it's a trick. I think that's a tricky topic because it's one of those things where you can believe something is good and healthy, but also not look down on other people for not doing it. And like you shouldn't think that everyone ought to do what you do. I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Also, this scene is not cluttered. Also, let's take a look at that one thing. Ooh, like an old gramophone would be kind of fun. Is that what those are? Like those big phonograms? What do you call those? Is that what you call that? That thingy that like that makes, it doesn't make music? Aren't those they're not a phone, but like I think it plays music. Maybe not. Maybe I'm delusional. What do those things do? They do? Okay, yeah, they play music. The one in I looked at a picture of this and I zoomed in and I from the arcane image and I saw it here. I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. It's off in the side. See, I don't know what that is. That looks like a surveyor's tool of some sort. Some sort of chest here. Another chest, a mirror, a chair. a wardrobe here. That's where you got the idea. Yeah. Yeah, I think like the a bookshelf. Of course, a bookshelf with trinkets, a picture. I don't know. Maybe we'll just put the picture here. Maybe uh, no safe right now. No safe right now. Yeah, we can have like a stand with stuff. Maybe like a diver suit. Diver suit. Old diving suit. Not sweet. What am I typing? Like one of these? So we have the helmet thing. It's not a bad idea, I think. Ooh, the heavy ones. Yeah, the big bulky ones. It's called a gramophone? Yeah. Hello, Lemon. How's it going? What's going on, Joe in chat? What is going on? Today, we are doing some spring cluttering. I'm drawing some cluttered scenes, trying to put stuff on desks and clutter it up. Just lots of little things. Maybe there's like lots of overlap and layered stuff. So maybe there's like a blanket over here. Um, there's gonna be layers of stuff, books and charts and pencils and stuff hanging over the edge. um a cup with pencils in it, because what office doesn't have a cup and pencils? uh yeah, a little like a navigational thing, so like a compass with the navigational stuff with the different circles that move, and they again, an astrolabe basically, I think is what they call it. We kind of looked that up earlier. But yeah, a trunk with a chest. What else? An overlapping a rug. Again, we have a drawer. Maybe one of the drawers are pulled out because again, it just adds nice clutter. And then in here could be just things sticking up, like scrolls. Because that some people would just stick the scrolls in the open drawer as like a holder for the thing. Maybe this drawer is ever so slightly pulled out too, and you have stuff sticking out of it. Also, this is gonna go dark under here. This chair. Are we going for gray brownish colors? No, the colors are just like my stand. This is just how I paint interiors. I tend to start very warm with not a lot of direct light because it's typically interior. There might be a localized light. Maybe there's some light from like natural light coming in through some windows. Maybe there's a light up here, but it's basically just gonna be like lighting things evenly. A lot of times in indoors lighting, you get a very warm light. And so this is just kind of like my base light color. So very warm and gray. I can add other colors in here as I want. If I want to make something, white, I can make it white. If I want to make something red, I can make it red. But it's going to be, sort of have this underlying interior, dusty, earthy, wooden look to it. Yeah, warm bulbs, and because you only have one light source, everything is basically that warm light and darker and warmer, right? You don't get a lot of like right? Whereas like outside, you typically have like a blue sky, and that blue sky is going to work its way into the shadows. And so it's either, if things in the light are very warm, but if it's not in the light, it's going to be very, very cool, right? And so you get like this sort of this contrast of warm and cool. You don't really get that indoors. Indoors, you basically get your warm light if you have a warm light, and then everything else is just darker. It's darker and redder and orangier, and you might be lucky to have a little bit of cool light coming in from like a skylight or something, but you typically don't get a lot of, you just don't get the range of colors that you would outdoors. And of course you can, depending on what's inside, you can light your scene all sorts of ways. You could have like light coming through a window, and you could have pinks, and you could warm it up. You could have lots of light bouncing around. You can absolutely put different colors, and you could have greens and turquoises bouncing around in the walls, or on an object. You can have all sorts of colors indoors, but I think as a base color, it's not a bad idea to start with this brownish reddish color. That's kind of how I start. That's a choice that I make. Also, like darker corners in the, so something like this, if this is like a corner of the room, you might darken up the corners of the room because that's where the light doesn't go as easily. And so sometimes it's easy to, you can get very moody lighting very quickly. But yeah, just as a base block in color, it's not bad. Now, that being said, we can still do like other colors in here, right? We are allowed to do other colors. You forgot the tricycle. Dang it! I knew I forgot something. We didn't put the tricycle in here. How do I want to do this? What does Silco's chair look like? It looks like that. I don't like it. I do like this, though, having this little, the top part, like a little pointy or something, like a different shape. But then we can't drape something over it, and I like that we can drape things. Maybe the arms are fancier, and that way we can get some nice overlap in here. I feel like these are going to have nice big wooden beams that come around here. Obviously I'll have to figure out how all of that works. This, wait, what else would be on here? Like little ship figurine, just little knickknacks. Again, if I work on one of these, I mean, I'm only going to be live for another hour or so, but maybe I'll render one of these a little bit more. I'll start detailing it, see how far I can get. Do we want this desk to look fancy? How do we make a fancy desk? I guess it's this stuff, right? Like down here. Like having a brown, or maybe there's a, yeah, like a metal rim here. Also, this is feeling very unbalanced. Go like that. Sexy corners, handles. I don't know about sexy corners on a desk, but we can definitely do some fancy like woodwork. Yeah, maybe the corners. Yeah, like corner caps or something. We could do something like that. Like having a corner. You know how like pool tables and stuff will have not fancy at all, but yeah, some sort of corner caps. Who's the sexy lady? It's not a lady. It's one of those diving suits. The diving suits with the little thingies. Here, I have a reference for it somewhere. Or I thought I had a reference for it. I've lost it. Oh, here it is. This. The diving suit. Gonna close some of these. But yeah, it does kind of look like a lady. I didn't mean for it to look like any living character. Just was supposed to be a suit of diving equipment. Very big bulbous shape. We get these shapes on the side. But yeah, the arm kind of looks like it's doing like a pose. Thought she was a babe. Nope, just a suit. Just a empty suit. I mean, maybe it's not empty. Maybe it's... Yeah, it probably is empty. Also, yeah, oh yeah, the tubes. There. Put some dark behind it, just to silhouette it. Doesn't need to be in much light. What else? Yeah, bookshelf. I feel like this definitely would be a painting, right? Definitely a painting in here with a person, like a old pirate ship person. Captain Jack. No, with like the leg up. I don't know how pirates pose. Maybe they have their sword out and they're like, yar. Is it a Cyberman? No, it's not a... Dude, I just showed you what it is. It's literally on screen. What do you mean it's a Cyberman? No, it's a diving suit. These are a real thing. So, I mean, it kind of looks like a Cyberman, admittedly. Cyberman. Dude, for those who don't know Cyberman, it's from Doctor Who. It kind of has a vibe of Cyberman. Cyberman, it's similar. I can see the confusion. I can understand the confusion. But no, it is not a Cyberman. That's funny. Or maybe it is. Maybe this is the Cyberman workshop. Okay, I like this. It doesn't feel super cluttered. Yeah, this doesn't feel very cluttered right now. But yeah, we have like the desk here. We have the rug. What else? Again, it's hard to do too much clutter. Hmm. Where would it be darkest? Let me see. Spherical ship window. Sphere. How do you spell sphere? Spherical ship sheep? Spherical sheep. Ship window. Images. Ooh, I like that. It's an underwater window. It's spherical. So yeah, basically this, right? We have this thick I guess it could be metal. I like the idea of it being metal. Hadn't really thought about that, to be honest. Kind of getting a different angle so I can draw this thing properly or better. I do like I don't know about the having things here to like hold on to and open. That feels weird and dangerous. I do like this though, where you'd have trying to make sure this is our eye line. So these can be straight. This can be there. Does this look like it's going in though? Something like that. What about one of those 3 pointed pirate hats on desk? Ooh, a tricorn? A tricorn. Yeah, we could do that. I like that actually. That's a really good idea. That helps tell the story of what this place is. Okay, I don't know how to tricorn hat. Yes, that is a great idea. Basically they're this shape, but they aren't always looking like that, right? Like this one looks like this. But basically they have, this is a weird one, but basically they're a triangle and they have they have 3 flappy over parts, right? Like this. And from the side they're the classic pirate shape. Ignore this guy's face, but classic pirate shape. Anyway, lots of low budget Halloween costumes. But yeah, we could definitely put that there. There. Okay. So now the question is, which one of these do I work on till the end of stream? Which one do I render more? I mean, this one's not looking bad, to be honest. I feel like I could almost, maybe not call it finished, but like... Like, this is not a bad sketch, if I do say so myself. It's not as cluttered as I'd like. Okay, well that's hard to tell what that is, but there, that's a hat. We could also do some fun like caustics on the on here because we get that blue light coming in. So some of that blue light is gonna shine on this stuff. We can maybe get some caustics, those wavy lines that you see, caustic waves. Yeah, let's paint on one of these. I have a hunch we're gonna paint on, I don't know. I'll let you guys decide. I don't think I want to paint on this one because there's no theme, right? This one is very it was the first one I did today, and there is no theme, so it's just it's not a good sketch. I mean, the sketch isn't bad, but from like a design point of view, I just don't think it's the same quality because it's not a specific place, right? It's not a like, oh, this is the workshop of a person or something. Like, it's not that. So let's do this. Let's go over here. We'll move this one over to number 2. That number can be erased. Do we vote, or do you just say it in chat? If anybody has a preference of which one I should work on, let me know. I think I want to work on number 2. I think it's a better one. The Pirate's Desk. The Captain's Quarters. This is fun, though, too. The Inventor's Workshop. I don't know. 1, 2, or 3. If anyone has any preference, let me know. Also, I don't know if my stream is holding up. I might be lagging and dropping a lot of frames because I have so much stuff open and my computer is struggling. But if you have a preference, now is the time to vote. Just say it in chat. I'm not gonna have an official vote. Love these paintings. Thumbnails are looking. Ah, thanks, Skittle. Skittle, how are you? Yeah, we're doing some springtime cluttering. That's officially the thing that I decided right now. Instead of spring cleaning, we are cluttering and drawing some cluttered paintings. Lots of random stuff, interiors and messy environments with things hanging from the ceiling and stuff in the windows. Yeah, I don't know which one to work on. This one has like, it's like wooden sculptures and stuff. This one is, obviously we have Chunky Cat, wood statues and stuff. This one needs a cat in the lounge as well, though. They all need cats in them, to be honest. Maybe this is the cat's here on the chest. I feel like a cat every pirate should have like a pet cat, right? That just lounges around on its desk. Why they ever have birds, I'll never know. Probably to send messages and stuff. Pigeons. Juxtaposed, hello. Hey, I guess I got sent here while out. Just gonna say hi, and I got a jet. Have a great one. Thanks, Juxtaposed. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't know which one I like. I think I like number 2 the most because the values are starting to come together, and I have some warm and cool. The other ones, number 3, actually, I think I would like the most. Oh, gosh, I don't know. Number 2 for me, I think does something to my brain more than the others because one, I already know what it's supposed to be, but I associate the imagery so strongly with an actual place because it is a piratey boat place, right? Like I've seen pirate hats and I've seen the scuba diver gear and I've seen, desks and I've seen these windows and like they're all much more inspired by real stuff. Whereas this, yes, I've seen like a like a draftsman table, but the rest of the stuff in here is just kind of nondescript stuff because I haven't really decided what it is. Like, what is this person inventing? What are they working on, right? I don't really know, and so it's not as clear in my head, and it doesn't make me feel the same thing. So I kind of like number 2 the most, but I also feel like I'm biased because this is gonna be more work. So yeah, I think I'm leaning towards number 3 actually. Yeah, I think I'll go with number 3. Also, it'll give me some fun stuff to render and sort of show that process a little bit for anyone who is interested. Let me just save this as a JPEG. Ignore my random file management. There we go. Save this as a Clip Studio file now. And then make it large. Copy. Paste. And stretch it. Okay, that's not large. Okay. There. That'll work. Okay, so for this one, and now we do still have the other files, right? I still have these I can share. I really like this. I actually think, depending on what I figure out to do with this little statue thingy, or like this invention, I was thinking of some like metal automaton, like a dog or some sort of animal that's sort of, maybe a seal. Kind of looks like a seal. That's made of metal, and it has like parts and gears and gadgets and stuff. Kind of arcane-ish. You know, in Arcane they have like a lot of like, you know, Jace's workshop in Arcane. Here, let me Google it so you guys know what I'm talking about. Because if you guys haven't seen Arcane, Jace's workshop Arcane. Right at the start of it, before it got exploded. It was his workshop, right? Or was it his father's workshop? What was it called? Basically this scene, when they first enter, right? They see all the tools and the gadgets and stuff, right? Because he's like an inventor, and they're making stuff. Right? And of course, eventually there's an explosion, and stuff is, you know, stuff breaks. Spoilers, by the way. But then you have like, you know, just random stuff. That one's not a very good image. But yeah, so it's a little bit like that. I feel like, I mean, not as like fancy and big and open, but more like closed and. Yeah, let me see a drafting. I'm gonna Google drafting table images. So this is, let me clear up my reference file because there's just too much stuff. So anything, actually, let's first save it. Okay, drafting table. So something like this, maybe. This is kind of the type of table that we're looking at. Right? And so maybe there's some drawers in the front. The thing's on an incline. It has this little thingy down here to catch the pencils and stuff. That's kind of the vibe that we're going with. Of course, there's different types, right? There's different versions of it. Some are more like that. Some are, you know, more fancy like this, or modern. But they all basically have the inclined table, some sort of desk or part connected. And so that's kind of what this is. And then it's going to have like blueprints and stuff on it. That's sort of the thought. And actually, this is a fun photo because this gave me the idea of like, okay, well, what is the wall made of, right? Like maybe we do make this like an old, you know, again, going with the clutter, you know, maybe we do make these like old bricks and we add some color, like a warmth to it, and then everything else. Maybe the window has that cool light coming in. So maybe we get a cool light and warm brick look. That could be kind of fun. Sort of like they're in an old cellar. So the first thing I'm going to do, if this is a cool light coming in, you know, I'm going to bring up the saturation, or bring up the value of some of these things, like this paper, you know. Now, it could be the blue paper, right? It could be like the blue, like schematic paper. Isn't that what it is? Like blue blueprints, as they call them. Um, but they're not always actually blue, by the way, just FYI. But yeah, just like rolled up schematics on a desk. No, I don't. I think they used to be blue, right? Back in like the olden days. I don't think that's nowadays. They don't. I'm pretty sure they just have them in white, like vellum or something. I don't actually know. Oh gosh, why are there so many AI images of blueprints? Like, why? Okay, whatever. Whatever. Garbage reference photos everywhere. It's out of control. Okay, so yeah, we're not gonna make them actually blue, but we can make them like a bluish white because they're in the sun. And so we do like a white brown desk or something. I do want to make the colors harmonize, right? I want to make the colors work well. So I don't want to go too crazy with the colors, right? I don't just want to color pick everything. I want to do a lot of blending. And so maybe here we have like the desk, some of that light shining in. And then on here we have the white of the paper. But we also have like probably like a lamp or something from over here. Maybe even over here we still have that lamp. And so you get like the warmer color. And so the shadows will be darker warm. Uh-oh, I'm dropping some frames. Hopefully my internet's not too bad. Am I stuttering, sputtering, and lagging? If I am, let me know. Hopefully I'm not too disconnected. I might have to call it quits for the YouTube side of things. We'll see. We will see. I just closed a bunch of stuff in hopes that it'll make it better. But I do like the idea of having like these green things and like having mobiles and again some sort of like crystal crafting. You know, we still have all these blueprints over here. Another one of these tube drawn up tubes, these paper tubes. Sort of that foreshortening there going on. It's kind of neat. I don't know. I think this is not going to be... I think this is going to go all the way here, I think. That way we can just overlap it. That way it's not... That way we aren't mistaking it as being... Yeah, maybe we have an overlapping here as well. So we have a paper here. And this paper will overlap that. And then this will be here. Like that. It's not bad. I do like having other shapes and stuff in here. I'm not quite sure the best way to do that. Also, I should probably figure out where some of these lines are going. I do like the very warm underside of all this. Like these bright red, not bright red, but very deep red. Maybe some in here. I'm trying to just like build it up, right? Build up the shadows and the light. Figure out where that light's coming from. Okay, what just happened? Did I screw something up? I thought I was on a new layer, but I don't think I was. So this is a darker part of the room, right? This is very much darker where that window is. There should be, you know, again, I can make some of these things in the light, but this is the darkest part, right? It's going to be like that back corner where there is not really light. Some of the light can come in and like illuminate some of that green stuff. I'm just kind of trying to sketch in like where do I want these these occluded areas to be. The deepest, darkest places in here. Now, obviously, I don't need the whole thing to be like crazy dark or anything, but I do want there to be a sense of darkness and lightness to it, you know? Also, what's this? This is a shadow for sure. Trying to add some lightness to some spots. This could be a little bit more like red-orange. I don't know if I want it to be. We could make it like an old, beat-up wood table. Ooh, a T-square. Could definitely have a T-square. But I actually want to do some on this this mechanical thing first. It's like, what is it? What are they drawing? Or not drawing. What are they designing? Can also do something with like crystals, some sort of weapon. I'm thinking some animal. Some animal. Kind of looks like a dog. A Dachshund? Yeah, a little bit. It does kind of look like that. I don't know how you say that word, by the way. But yeah, that type of dog. A Dotson? Is that how you say that word? A Dotson? Don't different people say that differently? I don't know how you say that word. Also, this has like a gem in it. Or is that a different kind of dog? I don't know how you say that word. I think it isn't there like don't Americans say that dog name really stupidly? Like obviously it's a German name, right? But I don't think Americans pronounce it like Germans do. And then we just make up a word. Kind of trying to make like weird shapes. It's called Dockel in German. Okay, I didn't know that. It looks like a made-up creature. Yeah, that's how you spell it. Yeah, no, that's how you spell it. I'm just not sure how you pronounce it. I don't know what the English word for it is. I don't know my dog breeds. I need to ask someone when they're streaming to say that word who knows what they're talking about. I'm pretty sure I have no idea. Dachshund. Okay. Dachshund. Okay. See, I haven't ever heard an American say it like that. That's how it's pronounced? Okay. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard someone say that word. I don't know enough about dogs though. I'm sure if I were in dog circles of dog people, I would have heard that. Oh, you know what? There's a little bit of a purple glow in here, and I kind of like it. Let's use that. Let's lean into it. Put in that purple into the shadows. And it was actually used to hunt badgers with their short legs, and they could get into their tunnels and stuff. Oh, interesting. Didn't know that. That makes sense. Dox means badger. Oh, I didn't know that. That makes sense. Okay, so here's that. Also, why is my hand sweating? Just the hand that I'm drawing with? From holding the pencil? I don't know why. It's not even that hot in here. But my fingertip is sweating. Very strange. What's wrong with me? Am I dying? Okay, now, yeah, this is a very weird made-up creature. Maybe it has like metal parts here that overlap. I kind of want to do like have the parts kind of make sense for like, oh, it's a jaw, right? Like, oh, here's the jaw part, and this part opens up. Very, very, and what do you call it? Like mechanical animal vibes, you know? Little shapes in here with little negative spaces. It's a Pokemon. It kind of does look like a Pokemon. A made-up Pokemon. And then this could have like a bright green blue gem in it. Looks very cool, to be honest. Yeah, just something that they're designing, and then maybe the schematics for this will be on here. So we'll do like, how do I do this? I'm just gonna draw with this color. Is this the same? Nope, that's the wrong layer. And then maybe there will be like, this will just be the top part. Something like this. I'm trying to kind of make it similar to what I think I'm going to end up drawing it. But then we can have things like this where we have like the casing here, and it can show like the schematics. Of like how that's stuck together. And then maybe you have like the ear part. Anyway, so here's the schematic. And of course, any good technical drawing has the nice border at the top. Or on the side, actually, I think, is what you do. Because then when you roll it, you can actually see the info on the side. So that when you stick it into like a cubby hole, it has the text and stuff right here. Right? Like a... you know, like number schematic, you know, 2A or whatever, you know, 200 or what. I don't know how you exactly how that works, but something like that. There. So now that's kind of. And then we have other inventions over here. Maybe this one's like a musical instrument or something, made out of metal. I don't know. It kind of looks like a harp. This one can be backlit a little bit. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just... Some of these, I think this one's actually too big. Because I don't want the shapes to be competing with this shape. Like, I want the shape to be physically smaller than this. Right? Because if I have this shape here and then this shape is the same size, but it's just like a big object in the back, it kind of throws everything out of whack. So I want like this is the biggest circular shape, and then anything else that's green and glowy needs to be smaller, right? So like this is probably as big as they need to be. This one can be even smaller. Little cubby hole. This also, we can have little, so what is this? This is like a table, I guess? Let's make that a table. Whoa, looks wonderful. Ah, Patmar 2 S2D. How's it going? Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. I'm having fun with it. Just making some yeah, so today we are doing clutter. So we started with a bunch of cluttered scenes. We sketched out some idea, or we wrote down some ideas like a tool shed, explorer's den, inventor's workshop, woodcutter's shop, and then we also had a captain's quarters. Those are the only ones I got to today. These three that are highlighted. This is the one that we're going with, which is the inventor's place. And yeah, I'm just I scaled it up and I'm now painting on it a little bit and just trying to add some details. Still don't quite know what everything is, but I've decided that they're making some mechanical animal. And we have some schematics here for it. Obviously not really, but we're pretending. You know, things like pencils and stuff just laying around we need more of. Some yellow number 2B pencils. Maybe. Maybe not. They don't need to be yellow pencils. Could be any kind of pencils. But yeah, how are you? Hope you're doing well. You're the first person today, I think, chatting on YouTube. Hopefully stream's not too laggy. I don't think it is today. But we did have a tiny bit of lag earlier. Yeah, I'm trying to add some details, clean some things up, but still keep it loose. I actually really like the idea of having like bricks here. So I have a reference. So I just recently, after we decided what we were gonna paint, I found a reference for like a drafting table because I knew drafting tables were at an angle and all that. But in this image, I really like the wall. I know that wasn't like what I was intentionally looking up, but I like the wall here. It's kind of fun. I think it's fun. It's neat to have like this old stone wall with the plaster and the bricks showing. So yeah, I don't know how exactly I want to do that, but just having like a little bit of a speckled pattern on the wall is kind of neat. Some old wooden window frame. Of course, it's going to be very, very dirty, probably. I feel like I also want like a light in here. Maybe the light could be there. So initially I had drawn the light as like a bulb hanging, but I don't want it directly over this thing because then we have this weird alignment thing going on. So let's scooch this over. Like a bulb on a, just the cord is just hanging down. And then we just have the light bulb. Just sitting there. And now, let's add some glow dodge. There's no lag. Oh, that's good. I'm glad there's no lag. I have dropped quite a few frames today, but I don't think it's too bad. I do wonder what happens if I make this stuff glowing. Like, what if I put some green in here? I don't think I want this stuff to be green and glowing. Maybe a little bit? No, I think that can be duller. Maybe some of this is catching light or something from, like, backlit. Like it's jade. Maybe that's what I do. A little bit of backlighting from here. It's like a chandelier type thing. But I think for the most part, I don't want the green to be super vibrant, right? Because like I could go crazy green, but I don't think I want that. I mean, I could make this one vibrant green though, actually. Excuse me. So now I'm thinking, how do I want to do that? I mean, if this is lighting up, right? Because it's like coming online, like it's a the creature kind of like a automaton type thing. It's sort of, I don't know, like a robotic energy fueled thing. Maybe it's a dim light. Maybe that's what we do. A very dim orange. A very dim light. Bless you. Thanks. It's those allergies season. Springtime is upon us. I don't know. I have a light bulb in my apartment. I can just look at it. Okay, so we can have a little bit of like the orange glow from here, sort of reflecting off. You know, some of these things can have an orange glow. I don't want to do too crazy with the glowing until I have the shapes and the forms figured out. Which I don't know if I like that. Bulb hanging... Oh, that's the wrong... I'm just going to Google it. Bulb hanging from wire. I feel like I've seen literally just bulbs hanging down in a shop. I mean, yeah, basically just this, right? We have some Arcane photos. I mentioned this sound. It seems similar to Arcane. I'm not using this as a reference, but it's just an image that I shared because it made me think of Jace's workshop a little bit. And so there's definitely some influence there. You can delete that, though. This is kind of what I'm thinking. Just literally just a wire with a bulb. Very basic stuff. Try industrial lighting. Yeah, something like that. It's a big old light bulb housing up here. And of course, because this is like thin and it's not that important, we don't have to draw the whole thing. I do wonder though if this should just not be on. Maybe it should just be daylit. Like maybe just a bulb that isn't turned on. Like I feel like that adds something, you know? It's so often that you see a bulb that is turned on that it's almost like a rare thing to see a light bulb that's just a light bulb, you know? I don't know. Also, like, does this make sense? Is this technologically, like, in the same vibe? Like, one is, like, arcane magic, and the other is... Because, like, I don't want to overdo it with lighting. Something that I've done Because I've done quite a few paintings similar to this before. Of various kinds of indoor lighting. I don't want, like, super glowing green light, and then also have super glowing orange light, and also like indoor lighting. Like I can keep it simple, you know. We have this bluish cool light coming in, you know, from the window, and it adds this almost like natural lighting to stuff, and so I think we can just keep that. Just making some funky something like that. I don't exactly know how I want this to work. I'm not even sure if wires make a lot of sense. Maybe we could have like a mobile up here. Maybe that would be better. You know what? That's better. I don't think we need the light at all, to be honest. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I don't think we need electricity when we have glowing magical energy sources. Also, I'm a little bit foggy on what I'm doing with the shapes here, but it'll work. There's like yeah, candles. Yeah, maybe candlelight or something. They're hanging, maybe they're sticking upward. That could be a thing. Or like these crystals could be hanging down, and they could give off light in certain circumstances. I don't know if I want more green up here though. That's a lot of green in this image. We could also do like more of this copper looking, oops, this copper looking stuff. Let me make a new layer. Some sort of pinwheel effect. Something super simple. Not pinwheel, that's not the right word. What am I trying to say? I don't know. But yeah, some sort of chain, I guess. I guess that's what we'll do. We'll make a chain up here. Again, this stuff isn't super important to get like detailed. In fact, it almost is better if we don't detail it, because we don't want hyper detail up here and then like no detail anywhere else. So it's good to keep it all loose, or most of it loose. Okay. We can also get rid of some of that. I do want to keep the clutter up here though. Like we had a shelf up here or a desk. I want to add some of that back. Just little shapes. Just things laying up here. Like maybe some books and oh, we can have a, what do you call it? Like a box with those slots, and in the slots you have the you have these, right? So you have these things rolled up. I guess we could just do that. Is that too... That might be too busy here. And obviously I can keep going more and more detailed, you know, more and more refined. A little gramophone there, because why not? We talked about it a second ago. Now, do I want the magical glowing stuff? I don't like the shape of that. The shape isn't, like, to me it's more about just having silhouettes that look interesting, where you're like, huh, what is this thing, you know? How does it work? What could it be? And it doesn't need to be super clear. Just like orbs and things with stuff connected to it. Maybe like a helix up here. A triple helix. I don't know. Hey, dude, I just added my third painting into Discord for you to see. Nice, I'll take a look. I think that's kind of fun. Just like a little coil thing. Maybe we put that subtle green crystal in it. Kind of looks like an inventor's thingy. Maybe this wall texture back here can be a little smaller, because, well, because the others are. So it makes sense that this is further away. Something like that's not bad. Now the question is, what am I doing with this space? Like, how high is the rafters? Do we want this, I mean, we could put, like, a banner here and some wood structures like this, some scaffolding. We could also do something a little more wonky and just make the ceilings go up to infinity. Right? Something like this, where we just draw the lines up. I'm not sure what's better. And I'm not actually sure. Okay, I don't like that shape. Because, like, this also doesn't feel that cluttered. Like, maybe we want to stack things up even more. But yeah, Ultimate Sharky, I'll take a look in just a second. Trying to figure out how I want to do some of this stuff. And I feel like I'm kind of cooking. It's not bad. These shapes in back here are a little dark. It's more like a thumbnail sketch, but I'm pleased with it as I've only just started doing it. Yeah, no, I think it's cool. I mean, I haven't seen the one you just shared, but yeah, no, I think thumbnail sketching, it's good to just do some small doodling, you know, keeping them small, don't, you know, not having crazy high expectations, just keeping it simple. I think that's a great way to do it. It's not really about the outcome. I mean, even a sketch like this, right? It's not super nice or clean and you don't really know what anything is, but it can lead to something that is a bit more polished, you know, in just a short while. So yeah, no, that early sketching phase it doesn't need to look good. It can be just literal scribbles, but it's still cool to see that. I'm trying to like make this table kind of look like it might belong, you know, maybe there's like patterns scribbled out or like markings, I don't know. Something like that, maybe a little bit of a shadow here. Trying to add some wood grain here, maybe. Oh, I'm feeling a sneeze coming along. Do we want to put the edge of the desk here, maybe? That could be kind of fun, just as a way to, like... That could be a thing. It's not a bad idea. A little bit of texture here. Just right on that edge. And then on this edge, it can be a little brighter because, again, it's that Fresnel effect. We're getting that light scattering or reflecting much shinier at the end because we're looking at across it. So the light up in the foreground is going to be more true to the color, and then over here it's more shiny because the angle of incidence is much, much lower. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite little things with rendering is remembering that the distant stuff when you're looking at that low angle and because it's far away is much shinier. One of my favorite like rendering reminders for yourself is rim light. No, I think rim light. I mean, maybe a little. Yeah, I think maybe on like as it turns and gets super angular, it can bounce off some of that light a little more. I think it probably is. I think sometimes also things just have like it's basically also just backlighting, and then backlighting can make a rim light because edges aren't perfect, and so it's just illuminating the edge. But yeah, I think it's probably a little bit of both, right? I think, yeah, I think it's probably the Fresnel effect, but the Fresnel effect it doesn't just happen directly on the rim of things. It just happens as that angle gets steeper. So like, if you have I mean, for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, let me just do a quick explanation. In its most simple form, if you are here and you're standing on the ground and you're looking at, say, the surf, maybe there's a pond, right? There's water here, right? You're looking across the lake. The further away you look, the steeper that angle is, right? This angle is not as steep as this angle, right? This is a very shallow angle. This is a very not shallow, right? So the smaller this angle is, and the closer you are, if you were looking at a table instead, this table is super, that angle, you're like looking right at the edge, right? This is going to be much shinier than if you were looking at a table straight down, right? Or if you're looking at the water, the lower the angle of this, and again, this changes. But yes, that also means if you're looking at a sphere, right? Looking here is not a steep angle, whereas if you're looking right at the rim, that becomes the steepest angle you can look at, right? And in even lighting, right? There is no fancy lighting going on, just even lighting. This will be shinier at the rim than it will be straight when you look on. Same with water, right? You can look straight through the water and see the pebbles down here. But if this is a lake and you look out here, you can't see the pebbles because it's too shiny. It's just going to be a big reflection. So anyway, and this isn't just water. This is rock. This is metal. This is any material, wood. Everything can have a bit of a shine to it. Most of the time, it's never zero shine. And so if it has any shine at all, that shine is going to be shinier as an angle. And so if something's in perspective, say a table, right? And you're looking down at the table, this part, because it's farther away from you, by virtue of math, right? So here's the angle, right? Versus this angle. So if you're looking here versus over here, this angle is going to be smaller and this is going to be shinier. So this will be shinier, this will be less shiny. So less shiny here, more shiny here. But yes, the same is true if like on a rim, if there's a light or something and there's an object, yeah, that rim is gonna be shinier because you're looking at it, right? So I do think if you have an object or like a curved object like this, right, and you see, I mean, but it's not always, right? I think it just depends. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if rim light is always that or not, but I think that's probably not a bad way to think about it, right? Like as this angle turns, if it's a rounded angle, it's probably going to get very, very, like at some point, there will be a point on this rounded surface that is maximally steep of an angle, right? And yeah, you could add a little bit of sheen there to like that as it turns that surface, you're going to get a little bit of that light shining around that rim, right? And I think that's a totally reasonable thing to do. It kind of probably is showing that a little bit, right? Because as it turns away from you, right, it's like dropping over that edge, but as it drops over that edge, that curve. But even if it's a direct rim, right, even if it's just a direct edge, you might get a rim light. So I don't know if it's always that. I don't have the answers. I want to say it is always that. No, the Fresnel effect doesn't need a direct light source. It's just the shininess of the object. It's not an actual light. It's just the shininess of the object. The surface itself has like a shine to it. You don't need a direct... I mean, you almost will always have a light source, right? But like, and this is where... So I'm just hypothesizing based on my knowledge here. If you were in like a dark room... or a dark-ish room, and you had like a metal table, I would imagine that metal table would be darker at the end because it would be shinier, right? And so it would reflect more of the dark room. So yeah, I think any material, if you look far enough away, like if you had a metal desk here, right? If you look straight into the metal desk, you might see just the scratches and all the stuff, that the texture and the surface. But as you go far away, you're going to see just shinier, right? But it could also be darker if there's not a lot of light. It's going to be more reflective of the surrounding, right? So it's not like... This is where I think thinking of it as room light doesn't really make a lot of sense, because it's not about the lighting, it's more about the material. It's the property of the material, in that the lower that angle, the more shine there is. But I mean, you do need light, right? You can't reflect nothing. So you have to have light. If you're in a black room, you can't see anything. But I imagine if you had like a really, really faint localized light, just, hovering right here, you wouldn't see as much of the table back here. One, because the light fall off, but also it'd be reflecting more of the dark, right? If there was blackness back here, I imagine, and this is where I don't know because I've never seen an example of this, but I would imagine that black room behind you, and this stuff is very dark, would get even more dark because it's metal than if it were, say, a wood table, right? If this were a wood table, maybe this light would reach the back of the table, right, and it would illuminate it. But if it were metal, that light would fall off even faster because it would be reflecting the dark room, right? And it would reflect more of the dark room, or less of the light, right? It would reflect more of the dark room, essentially. I don't know, I mean, reflecting, that's not really a concept, right? Reflecting darkness. But basically, you would be seeing nothing. There would be no light for you to reflect, so it's not really about the light source, I think. It's more about just that it's more shiny, it's more reflective. And so it gets more reflective as you go further away. Because assuming the angle is lower. If that makes sense. So I think it kind of depends. Like, obviously if you had a white sky, it would get brighter back here, right? Because it's reflecting more. But if you had darkness, you just wouldn't see as much, because that localized light that's lighting up the table initially, it's because like there's two different types of light, right? You can light something like a surface lighting, and then there's also like the shininess of how much, because like chrome, for example, right? If it can get very, very dark, right? Because it's reflecting, it's just reflected. Right? So it doesn't really matter on something like this. It doesn't really matter. Here, let me just copy and paste. Like, this doesn't really matter where the light's coming from, because it's reflecting the environment, right? This is in light, but it's not, in the sense that, like, it's not reflecting that light to your eyes. That this direct light, the thing that's being reflected here is like probably the table, right? It's something in front of us shining here and then hitting our eyes. So so in this case, it's not like a matte object, right? It's a metal, it's a reflective object. And things become, and most things have some property of like both reflective and non-reflective, right? Like most objects, as far as I know, have a little bit of you know, like if you shine a light on it, right? Like a dim light, right? It'll light it like this, right? Yeah, and it's that so most things will have some amount of that, but if the thing is really shiny, this is almost irrelevant, right? If it's really shiny, it's basically just reflecting whatever the environment is, right? It's going to be that blue or whatever, right? It almost doesn't matter where the light's coming from. What matters is what is the thing being reflected off of it. Now, obviously, if it's reflecting the light off of it, it's going to hit your eyes and be super bright. But it could also be super, super dark right next to it, because maybe right around the corner is a dark thing, right? Like, so it's sort of, and it basically, what I'm saying is the shininess of it, you know, that material is more shiny as it bends the corner, right? It's more reflective, and it's less reflective when you're looking straight at it. No hat today, no hat today. So basically, yeah, the Fresnel effect just makes things more shiny the further away or the lower of the angle that you get, right? And so in this case, because this is a wooden table and wood isn't super shiny, right? But it is still more shiny far away because you're looking at a low angle. That's how I remember anyway. I'm sure there's something subtly wrong with what I just said. It's probably not, you know, I'm sure I used a word that wasn't perfectly correct accurately, but that's how I remember it. And I think it's a super useful thing. Reed Kreiner, how are you? But yeah, no hat today. It's getting too warm. I could have worn a hat, but I decided not to. It's been pretty warm lately. But yeah, I'm doing a little bit of rendering today. Not much, but just a little bit. You're good. Waiting to hear back about the job in Japan. Oh, nice. Ireland and Jamaica have heard back, but I don't think I'm hearing back today. Wait, in the job in Japan, Ireland and Jamaica have heard back, but I don't think I'm hearing back today. Oh, so are you saying everybody else who like applied to the Jamaica and Ireland one have heard back, but the Japan people haven't? Is that what you're saying? I don't quite know what you mean by that. Or did you apply to also Japan and Ireland, or Ireland and Jamaica? You just applied to Japan, right? Or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how that works. But I hope it works out, Rekriner. That's awesome. I gotta go as soon as it's late. Be good to get your opinion on the painting. Sand is tricky. Oh, sand is tricky. Oh yeah, I can take a look. Sorry, I was screwing around here. Yeah, let's take a look at the. That's not it. Art. Oh, I like it. I think you did a good job. But see, even in this, right? Like if you look over here, look at the lighting. So this is same effect, like far away, it's brighter and more shiny and more the sky color, right? And then up here is it's still bright and it's very illuminated, but it's more like true to color, right? And that's not just atmospheric perspective. That is like that's the Fresnel effect at play, right? As well as other stuff, I'm sure. There's probably some atmosphere. But anyway, yeah, no, this is nice. You did a good job. Yeah, I guess one thing, yeah, I think you did a good job. Thank you for sharing. Um yeah, I think one thing to work on, and maybe not to work on, but like uh getting those gradients like that the sky is it's quite and it's not super saturated, but it's much darker at the top and much lighter down near the horizon. Um, and like it's easy to go a little bit dark near the horizon here relative to everything else. But no, I think you did a good job. You definitely got that lightness in the background here and that darker, more true color in the foreground here. But the same is true on the sky, right? And I think that's something that's hard. Like, I think a lot of times we think of the sky as like a like a background instead of like if you ever see a perspective grid, right? Perspective grids tend to not be just this, right? They are also, right? They're also this. The sky is the same. So if you're making the foreground darker, you can also make the top of the sky darker, right? And then as this gets lighter, so too does this, right? Now the sky is obviously tends to be a little brighter than everything else, but you tend to have kind of this like this effect, right? A little bit. The sky, again, the sky isn't going to be the same gradient, but it does have that like that truer, darker blue up top and that lighter, washed out, whitish color down near the horizon. So you can kind of think of it as like there's that middle point. Everything just kind of fades to nothing. Because you definitely got it really, I think you nailed it in the foreground, right? You have that darker color, that darker, sandier color. If I go here, right? But I feel like I wish I saw a little bit of that in the sky too. Just taking like a little bit of a white and just like making a gradient from the bottom to the top. Then you'd kind of have that thing. Also something this is totally different also, but a little trick. It's not really it's not about your drawing. It's just I don't know, a trick, I guess, a tip and a trick. Something you can do if you have like a ground plane like this, and I'm just gonna make it kind of sort of sandy just to make the point. I'm just gonna go like that, just to kind of get some light in here. One thing you can do whenever you have these like bodies of water, like in this, where you have this water down here, that water, if you look, even if you make your screen black and white, or if you squint, it's basically the same color as the sky. One thing you can do is just take the lasso tool and make these like elliptical movements, right? Kind of ellipses, sort of squiggles, you know, and then you just take that sky color. So however far you are, like if this is, think about from the midpoint, if you take this sort of the brighter sky color here, you could just kind of block it in and sort of block in that, right? You could even make it brighter. And you can block in that sky, right? So up here, this might be a little bluer, and back farther away, it's going to be a little whiter. And you can basically just make the color. Yeah, it's kind of an art hack. You can take that color and just literally just paint it in. And if you wanted to make a bunch of puddles, right? Same thing. You take that color and you just paint it in. You know, if you reflect it down if you wanted, you know, kind of like Bob Ross style, you paints it down. But that's something that you could try whenever you run into those situations, because that's something that you see a lot. You see a lot of water reflections that are just laying flat on the ground, you know, little puddles here and there. Depending on the type of scene you're painting, you might get all sorts of puddles. And being able to just like lay in that water real quick is super convenient. So anyway, that's like my art tip. But yeah, no, thank you so much for sharing. And I don't mean to jump into like art education every time you share any work. But I feel like the sky mostly is the thing that's like super easy to work on. Like it's one of those things that like exists in almost every painting. So over time, just being aware of it slowly. But no, I really, really like what you shared. Thank you so much for sharing. I always feel weird giving someone unsolicited advice. I don't mean to. Feel free to ignore any of it. If it doesn't apply to you, don't apply it. You know, all that. Reed Kreiner says, it's the JET program. People who applied from Ireland and Jamaica who applied for the same job in Japan have heard back. Gotcha, okay. That's what I thought you meant, but I wasn't totally sure. Well, I hope you hear back. Oh, flamingo check, thanks. Okay, before I end stream, I want to do a little bit of multiply. One of my favorite things in art. Oops, that's not multiply. I'm going to take an airbrush. paint some dark, very moody scenes. Basically adding some occlusion. Gonna add some... Art lessons are much appreciated. Float Blueberry, hello! Yeah, but sometimes they can feel like I'm, you know, critiquing one person's work or something if somebody's, like, art that they share spawns the ramble. And I don't ever mean for it to, like, feel like I'm targeting someone, but there are a lot of, like, things especially in environments, but really just in art in general, that, like, you see people do over and over, and I've done them over and over, and I still do to this day. You know, things like when you're painting greens, you know, if something looks very vibrant, you want to go and grab a vibrant green, but the color spectrum of green is so wide that if you grab what you think is a vibrant green, it's probably going to be way too vibrant. Like, greens just in nature don't get this color. Whoops. You know, they just don't get this color. Like, a super duper vibrant green is going to be like this. Whoops. Like this, right? And so it's very easy to, like, you know, when you see a thing where, like, you know that you've done this a million times, where you grab this super bright green and, you know, someone else does the same thing, you're like, oh man, I want to talk about this because it's a thing, you know. And it's like, I don't know, I love this stuff because it's like these little realizations for me are part of the reason why I like art so much. There's these things that you think of, like, you never really think about them until you run across them. Anyway, well, I'll hear back regardless. I just want it to be sooner rather than later because I have no patience. Fair enough. Fair enough, Recriner. I too would have no patience for that. Yeah, I'm trying to make this look like an animal, kind of. Obviously, it's not like a well-defined animal because, one, I'm making it up, and two, I don't know what the heck the design is. I am trying to make it somewhat symmetrical. Yeah, kind of a made-up creature. Some sort of parts. Yeah, I should probably have figured out more of what the creature shape is here. It's a very weird looking creature. Not a huge fan of the way it's going. Like, what's happening here, right? Like, I don't what is this? This muzzle shape? Looks kind of weird, but that's okay. We'll go over to Casey Snow, and I'm sure she'll have some thoughts on this. Make no, she won't make fun of it. She'll make fun of my anatomy. No, she won't. She wouldn't do that. But even if she did, it would be funny because she's much better at anatomy than I am. Specifically, animal anatomy. Put a paw on top of the green orb. It'll look great. A paw? Like a paw shape? Maybe. It's supposed to be, like, embedded in this thing. Like, it's the energy source, like Iron Man. Also, how do dogs say? I know this isn't exactly a dog. But what's that anatomy look like in the back? They have the knees go forward like this. Kind of forgot that. Wait, there's no front leg, though. What did I do? I missed the front leg. What did I do here? There. Oh, let's overlap here. This green. These little metal parts here. This part here. This is going to be in front of the thing. This is behind. Yeah, this makes... Everything I've done on this makes no sense yet. Okay, now let's sketch in some of the metal here. Sort of anatomy, gestural shapes. This is like the shoulder of the animal, right? So this is the shoulder. I don't know. Let's find a different shape of dog. I don't know how animals work, man. I mean, I didn't need to be perfect, but again, because it's not like a real thing, right? It's supposed to be like a mechanical shape, but it would still be nice if it kind of made some sense. I don't know what's happening there. But I kind of like it. There's something here. Something here. Maybe some shine going this way. Some gears. Also, we can totally have negative space in here. Like plates and stuff that are carved together in overlapping shapes, so we get some deep shadows in here. Stuff like that. Little shapes here. Little negative spaces in there. Kind of try to do add some shapes that kind of show like the curviness of like the gesture here. So like these ellipses are gonna be flatter. So I'm trying to like show the form a little bit. Something like that. Also, I don't know what's going on with the music. But I like this. Now I gotta figure out how to do the eyes on the head. little nose shapes here. Looking better already? Yeah, it's definitely better. And then, of course, we can get some of that shininess in here on the sides, especially on this side. Because this is like, I don't know. I feel like it makes sense. I still don't know what the heck's going on with the face. Kind of wonky, if you ask me, but that's okay. Maybe these are fancy and they have like a yellow or gold color on the edge. So there's like it's a little bit of you know, detailed thing. Yellow paper on the side. I don't know. It feels like a little detail to like, oh look, it's tying it together, right? The gold trim. I don't know. Feels like a choice. Oh, I just did something. Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah, now this thing, it can be shiny here. Maybe there's like cords and stuff. I don't know. Just shapes, gears, pistons, stuff that makes things move. Now, how dark do I want it is the question. I think pretty dark because it is the focus. This, honestly, though, could be a little lighter. Or no, maybe it's darker. Yeah, let's make it darker. There. I'm trying to make it darker so that it silhouettes a little better, right? And now we can add a little bit of glow here. A little bit here. Some shine. Again, we don't need to go crazy with the speculars on this stuff because it's kind of far away and, well, we don't really want it to be the focal points. But having a little bit of speculars, I feel like, makes sense. Hmm. I mean, I think I like this. Chains, just, why not? I feel like chains could just be hanging. Could be anything. Maybe hooks, things to hang stuff from. Okay, I'm hungry though. My stomach. Also, this says we didn't do clutter. Hold on. No, I can't be done yet. There is no clutter. The whole point of this was to do clutter, and then I cleaned it up so tidy that like now there is none. Little squares of things, pencils. Hold on. This one has some tape here. These have tape. There, maybe this is tape too. We need some pencils. Stuff, just like, maybe there's a groove up here. That the pencil... I mean, I know the pencils would sit down here, but like... Piece of tape sitting off there. Maybe some pencil. I don't know. I guess we could have like a something here with like pencils. Yeah, let's do that. A little cup. Am I doing like a full illustration in one sitting? No, this is not super detailed, but it is kind of, this is more detailed than I typically go. I will say I do really enjoy this stuff, this kind of detailing, where you're just kind of refining, adding clutter, making things like, oh, here's a cup with some brushes or pencils. You know, just like the little stuff. What else do we want? I don't know. I want to save is what I want. What do we put on here? Like a paperweight, maybe. Some sort of thing. I don't know. Ooh. I got an idea. I got an idea just by making that random dark spot there. What if we do put a random dark spot, like a hole, in the desk? And that's where the pencils and stuff go. I mean, it's kind of weird, but like you wouldn't draw up there, right? Also, ink. True, an inkwell. Yeah, you could have an inkwell. I was just thinking like you know, if it was an inventor and he's like, I need a spot to put my pencils, you know, like it would make sense to just bore a hole into the desk. Yeah, maybe there's like a spot up here for ink or something. Now, the only thing is this wood grain is mighty thick, and that would make some problems when you're trying to draw. Right? That would you'd create big old divots in your paper, which is not ideal. I'm trying to draw some just like just drawing some lines and there's stuff like that, like measurement lines and stuff where it's just kind of just stuff, you know, just lines in perspective, right? I'm trying to keep them in the same perspective. There, some details. The cool, hold on, we gotta draw the cool S, because everybody draws the cool S. It'll be on this one. How do you draw on the side? You draw the three lines. and then you connect them. Hold on, you connect that one and that one, that one and that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. There, we have the cool S. Okay. What else do we have? No, that's good. What else? Maybe we come in here. Just add some more back there. And then we have, I mean, this, again, not much clutter. It's hard to put stuff on a table like this, right? Like, because it's angled, right? So it's maybe there's little things. Everybody keeps little like corkscrews and not screws, but like little nuts and bolts and screws and just stuff down here. I feel like you know this spot would just be full of like, yeah, screws and nuts and washers. Maybe the table is the only thing. No. Ooh, that's a thing that could be on here. Little washers, nuts. No, they stole the treasure map as contrast to clutter. I mean, I think it's fine that it is kind of contrasting to the clutter, but I think having it... I mean, not every square inch needs to be clean, but like having random stuff in here makes sense, though, I feel like. I was just trying to think of things that won't roll away, and well, screws are actually one of those because they can have the head on them, right? Like this part, right? This part of the screw that is going to stop it from rolling away because it's hexagonal. So we go like that. Also, farther away, we can make it a little shinier. Not much, but it is nice to remember just to add a little bit of shine to things, especially if they're metal. There. A little bit of a screw there. Or that's not a screw, that's a nut. There. There's little things, trinkets, stuff just hanging around. More here. I feel like any good person's just gonna collect stuff and it's just gonna line up down here, right? Like, if you've ever seen a desk like this, you know, just random, like an eraser will be here. There will just be random, like, wrinkled balls of fuzz and just like, there's just stuff's gonna collect here. It's just how it is. Dirt, random stuff. Little screws here. Just shapes. I know it's funny because these things don't really have screws in them. I haven't put... You don't see any, which kind of makes it feel dumb because, like, wouldn't there be screws in this thing? There probably are. Maybe these are the screws. They're just put in there in a funny way. You can't see any in the silhouette, though, which is kind of a problem. That's too small, right? Yeah, it's too small of a detail to see. Yeah, they're in there. You just can't see them. And of course, more stuff over here. Just little knickknacks and thingies and stuff propped up, and you know, just like little things, just to make it look like there's been life. People's just living. Nothing is perfect. It still doesn't look that perfect, but that's okay. I mean, it doesn't look like it almost looks too pristine still, but that's okay. This'll work. Also, I totally just... What happened to this? Was this always here, this dark line? Or did I draw that later? I don't think that was always like that. I don't know. Let's go back. Alright, I'm gonna save. And now I wanna, before I end, I wanna do something. So I'm gonna close these. Oh, I should probably... No, I don't need to save. I already saved them. This one, I wanna just edit tonal correction, hue saturation. I just wanna do something. I just wanna crank up the hue. Oh, not like that. Edit, tonal correction. Yeah, there's blueprint rolls next to the window. I want to crank up the saturation. Obviously, this is way too much. But just getting an idea. Actually, I kind of like how it is for once. There's my color separation. I've got the cool blue things, the blueprints. Ah, they're blue. Get it? We could add a little bit of warmth to the scene, like that. Especially in... like right around here. But yeah, these are blueprint rolls. That's what they're supposed to be. Just very, very light indications of them. I didn't want to go hard details with them or anything. These, I don't know. Maybe these are also blueprint rolls? I don't know. I hadn't decided there. Honestly, I was just making random shapes here. I don't know what any of this stuff is. These, yeah, were blueprint rolls. I was just trying to... There's kind of an awkward tangent here, to be honest. And we could probably... I mean, it's not really a tangent, but it almost feels like one because of the way that I rendered that. Which almost makes the values of this table blend in. So I don't like that. So I think we can take this and do like a... something like that. We'll add a little bit of shadow here to divide that shape so that it's not perfectly the same value as the table. I actually really like the purple in there. That's kind of neat. Almost want to introduce some into these shadows down here. Anyway, I think this is a good spot to call it a day. I'm pretty happy with this, all things considered. One of my probably one of my favorite interiors I've done on stream in a while. Obviously, I could do better if I spent more time on it, especially in the sketch phase, but I like this. I think it came through pretty well, considering considering what we started with. I mean, it actually stuck pretty close. Sketch. Still a sketch, but more refined. I like it. I'm happy with it. But yeah, thanks again, everybody, for hanging out. I very much appreciate you. Thank you for the follows, for the lurks, for the subs. And I stream 3 days a week, Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So next stream will be Thursday. Take care, everybody. Have a good rest of your week. Have a good rest of your week. And